on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys. The state is present. The jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank you all so much for being here on time. I really appreciate that. All right. Yesterday, both sides had finished with Kenesha Hall. Is the state ready to proceed with their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State may call the next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, state calls Tyler Rippy to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning, Rosma.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Tyler Rippy, Tyler-Rippy.
Tyler, what do you do for a living?
I'm in medical sales,
And how long have you worked there?
5 years.
Tyler, how did you meet Marcus?
Met Marcus initially through Instagram, and then we became friends when we met up and rode motorcycles together.
So was this friendship kind of revolving around you both riding motorcycles?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, did Marcus go by any other names?
Marcus went by Joey.
So is it safe to say that everyone in the biking community, you know, people who were friends with him kind of called him Jelly?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Did you race motorcycles or just ride them?
A little bit of both.
Now, let's talk about July 24, 2021. Did you go to this bike meet at the Kroger?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what time you got there?
Very early in the morning, before 8 o'clock, about 7:30.
And was it normal for y'all to meet early in the mornings on Saturdays and Sundays?
Yes, ma'am. It got too hot later in the day, so we met early in the morning.
And are Saturdays, Sundays, because of the fact that y'all all had jobs outside of riding motorcycles, is that right?
Correct. We all had careers.
And when you get to this Kroger, was that in Irving?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that located in Dallas County?
I believe so.
And is that in the state of Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you get to this Kroger, is DeMarcus already there, or does he show up later?
I believe he shows up a little bit later than me.
And when is the first time you see Jelly that morning?
I was walking around the parking lot just mingling with people that I hadn't seen in a while from out of town. And I walk over to what I recognized as Marcus's truck, and that's when I walked up into an argument that was happening between Marcus and the defendant.
Now, Tyler, at this point, can you remember exactly everything? Well, let me backtrack. Who do you see Marcus in an argument with?
At the time, I only knew his Instagram handle, which was the moniker of the asshole. His name is Gerard Grant.
And is that person present in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify him by a piece of clothing?
Gerard is wearing a polka dotted bow tie.
Your Honor, at this time, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The witness, the record will so reflect.
Now, you see Jelly and the defendant in some sort of argument. Can you recall exactly what they were arguing about that morning?
No, I cannot.
Now, when you saw Jelly in this argument, is it normal for him to be in an argument? Is it kind of unusual? How would you describe it? From you knowing Marcus personally.
Marcus's temperament was laid back, as long as I've known him. I've never seen him get into a physical or an argument at any point in our friendship.
Now, how long had you known Marcus at this point?
Roughly 4 years.
So in 2021, you had known him for around 4 years?
That's correct.
Now, as this argument continues between the two of them, are you fairly close to this argument?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember other people that were around at that time when this argument is going on?
I do remember other people within proximity. I don't know their names, know their faces.
Was everyone's friends with Jelly, or were some people friends with the defendant and some people friends with Jelly? Tell me about that.
I'd say it was pretty mixed.
So kind of, people kind of had friendships with one person over the other, but a lot of y'all just knew each other because of this biking community.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the argument is continuing. At one point, does Marcus walk away from the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, tell me about that.
When I walked up to the two of them arguing, immediately Marcus noticed that the defendant had a pistol on him. He slightly walked away about 5 to 7 feet, said, "I'm going to get my pistol then." He never actually made it to his truck. He turned right back around and they got in each other's faces again.
So, are you telling this jury that you're able to see Marcus walk to his truck or get close to his truck, change his mind, come right back again? Is that right?
That's correct. He did not make it to the truck.
So, at that point, you see Marcus, our victim, with a gun.
No.
Do you think Marcus has a gun on him anywhere?
No.
Now, you said, Marcus notices pretty early on in this argument that the defendant has a gun, right? Does Marcus ever say anything to the defendant about this weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
What does he tell the defendant?
Put your pistol away.
So even 4 years later, you do remember Marcus telling the defendant to put the gun away.
Yes, ma'am.
In your mind, what does that entail? What does it mean to you when he says that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Sustained, phrase the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, again, I'm gonna go back. As this argument is going on between the two of them, are you able to see both the defendant and Marcus kind of the entire time this back and forth is going on?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember exactly when this argument turned physical?
It turned physical when the defendant hit Marcus in the face first.
Do you remember if Marcus was looking at him or looking away from him when he threw that punch?
I don't recall.
Do you remember if it was an open hand or a closed fist that the defendant used when he threw that punch?
It was a closed fist to the jaw.
Does Marcus swing right back at him at that point?
No, ma'am.
So the defendant punches Marcus in the face, and Marcus still doesn't hit him back, is that right?
That's correct.
And are they still arguing, or what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. So Marcus put his guard up, and they squared up. Directly after that, the defendant tries to tackle Marcus.
So they square up. In your mind, they're about to fight, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone who's looking around thinks these two people are about to fight. But when they square off, what did you say that the defendant does immediately?
The defendant goes to try and tackle Marcus.
Now, you're still able to see every single thing that's going on between these two, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately 10 feet away.
And now, we talked a little bit about the fact that it's a Kroger parking lot at pretty early in the morning on Saturday. Are there just a bunch of people around? Are there a few people around?
I would say there's a fair amount of people around from the bike event, but
Okay.
also people that are grocery shopping.
And are people just watching, or what are some of these people doing?
The people within proximity were just standing there and watching.
Were some people, do you remember some people recording on their phones, as they were kinda arguing and even when defendant threw the punch?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point during this argument, Tyler, are you ever concerned that this argument is about to turn deadly?
No, ma'am.
Now, let's go back to Marcus and the defendant. They've squared off. The defendant is trying to take him down. What happens next?
The defendant was unsuccessful in taking Marcus down. He got him in a headlock, and that's when he reached for his pistol. We heard gunfire, and we ran.
Now, did you think at that point, what did it sound to you like at that point?
Sounded like fireworks.
But at some point you realized it wasn't fireworks, is that right?
After the second shot, it was too loud for fireworks.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Now Tyler, I'm gonna be showing you a lot of things. We'll start with states 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we'll take them bit by bit. Stage 3, is that do you remember making a 911 call in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what?
The 911 call, Your Honor. And does state 3 accurately reflect the 911 call you made the morning of July 24, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get a chance to listen to it prior to your testimony today?
I did.
And did you sign off on that disc prior to your testimony?
Yes, ma'am. My initials are on this.
And have there been any alterations or deletions made to that audio call from July 24, 2021?
No, ma'am. It's complete.
State will move to enter states 3 into evidence tendering to defense.
No objection, Judge.
State's Exhibit number 3 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, Tyler, you know some of these videos are gonna take us a minute to talk about, so let's start with 4, 5, 6, 7. Did you get a chance to review all 4 of these videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what are these videos of generally?
Generally, these are Snapchat videos that were taken from social media.
And would they reflect kind of bits and pieces of that argument and fight that happened on July 24, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get to watch all 4 of those videos?
I did.
Now, tell me a little bit as to what is the defendant wearing that day when you, not in the videos, but when that day on July 24, 2021, when you saw the defendant, Gerard Grant, what is he wearing that morning?
Wearing a black shirt.
Was there anything specific written on his black shirt?
It has his moniker, the asshole, and THH on the back.
Okay. And what about the victim, Marcus? What is he wearing that morning?
Marcus was wearing a red t-shirt with a white tank top underneath.
We'll get back to this, you remembering the white tank top underneath part later, but, now let's go back to these videos. Was the person in the black shirt with the moniker, the asshole written on it, was that the defendant that you saw in the video?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see Marcus in his red shirt in the video as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the video kind of accurately represented the events and whatever was going on July 24, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, state will move to enter states 4, 5, 6, and 7 into evidence tendering to defense.
Did you mention an 8? Were you showing the?
Yes, Your Honor, I have not laid the predicate for 8 yet.
Okay.
Judge, we absolutely would object to these videos with this witness. Would like to I guess take him on board either, we don't think
Okay,
this is,
go ahead and take him on board.
okay.
Actually, sorry, boss, we need to make sure we're talking about the right
And we need to know,
Which
Your Honor,
one's
can we have a second to review what the videos are?
Do you know what's what?
Because
They're
we
not
have so many-
tendered to the defense
Well, we
prior to
did.
trial?
But there's so many different videos in this case, we don't know which one she's actually showing him, since they're just videos. She's saying there's certain, we're not sure exactly which one she's trying to get in through this witness.
Okay. Would you like to take the witness on board?
Can we figure out which ones these are first? Which ones are these? Which ones are these?
All the offense videos from
You know we have time to get what's name.
video one is kind of.
Can you tell me on the discovery where what they are?
Excuse me, Your Honor, while they're doing that, do you mind if I go and try to get this TV to come back on?
No, no, no.
Well, actually, thank you.
All right, go ahead and take the witness on board.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. All right. Mr. Rippy, do you mind if I call you Tyler?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, you didn't take any of these are these clips? Are these full videos? What are these?
They are clips. I did not take any of these.
Okay. And how do you know they're from Snapchat?
One of them is from Snapchat, I know, just because of how you can write captions on it.
Okay, and you can't do that in other social medias?
I'm not a big social media guy, but I recognize that that's from Snapchat.
Okay. And I guess the point is, she just asked you if this was sort of accurate. And my question is, there's writing on some of these, right? Like captions and stuff that say something about like shooting, or there's a shooting here, or shooting taking place, right?
I don't recall that.
Well, what was written on there if you're saying there's captions?
Specifically, bro, WTF.
Okay. And your testimony was that accurately reflects what you saw at the scene?
Yes,
So it said bro, WTF in the air at the scene while you were there?
the video was accurate. The caption was posted momentarily after.
Okay, my point is somebody else took the video and added that caption or added that to it, right?
I think that's how it works.
Okay. Again, you don't even really know exactly what they did to the video, right?
They put a caption on the video.
Yeah, but you told the police at the scene you didn't see the whole altercation. You just saw the punch, you heard gunshots. There was very limited parts of this fight that you even saw, right?
I saw the entirety of the fight.
Okay, so would the police report be inaccurate then if it says that that's what you told them?
I walked up during the argument, the physical altercation, I saw an entirety.
Your Honor, I'll object to be non-responsive to my question.
Overruled.
Sir, if the police report says that you told the police that you only saw parts of the altercation back then, would that be incorrect?
Okay, limit your questioning to this exhibit.
Well, Your
To
Honor,
what the witness says is on the exhibit.
Your Honor, I apologize, but this is the first time he's saying he saw everything. And so we believe he cannot say that this is accurate if he didn't see what happened. And so there is a point to this. I apologize. That's what I was getting to.
Okay, Mr. Rippy, did you see the entire fight?
I saw the entire physical altercation.
Okay. you off. Are you done with
Well,
it?
Your Honor, I think it's gonna be clear when you review these or when you see these, that these are edited clips. This witness did not make these clips, did not produce these himself. He does not know what happened to them to produce these copies. And actually, and I'm sorry, I do have one more question for him. I apologize. Sir, the first time you saw these was this month, in August 2025, right?
I don't recall.
Did you don't recall when the first time you saw these clips was?
Some of them were yesterday, some of them I've seen before.
Okay, which ones?
I don't recall.
Okay. There's a video it's State's Exhibit 4, that is like a mashup video. When did you see that?
Yesterday.
Okay. And that's clearly like a compilation of different videos, right?
It's a possibility.
Okay, so that's not just one video that somebody produced that reflects one scene that you saw, is it?
I'm not sure how it was made.
Okay. Your Honor, I mean, again, I just think this witness does not possess the knowledge to lay the proper foundation for this being accurate, authentic, unedited. I mean, he doesn't know how these were made, he doesn't know what they show. These are clearly edited. I mean, they have filters and things on them, words on them, and I just don't think this is the proper witness to sponsor these
Thank you.
exhibits.
Your objection's overruled. State's Exhibits 4, 5, 6, and 7 are admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, may I have permission again to approach the witness?
You may.
Tyler, I promise we're almost done. State's Exhibit 8, let's talk about this one. Tell me briefly what's on State's Exhibit 8.
I believe this was a screen recording of a story from Gerard's Instagram from the night before the incident.
And at some point during the day on July 24, 2021, did you watch that Instagram clip yourself?
I did.
Where was it posted?
It's posted on Instagram,
On whose Instagram specifically?
Gerard Grant's Instagram.
And how did you know that that Instagram belonged to the defendant, Gerard Grant?
It was on his page, handle asshole.
Your Honor, at this time, State moves to enter States 4 into evidence, tendering to defense. States 8, Your Honor. I think it might have, I need to look at another one. I think this is. Judge, may I clarify for the record, just briefly, video 3 that's already been admitted into evidence, States 3 is the 911 call.
Yes.
States 4 is the Instagram video, which has been entered into evidence. States 5, 6, 7, 8 are all video clips of people reporting this event on July 24, 2021 to make the record clear.
Okay.
That's the same one.
So just
I wrote it correct, yeah.
Hang on, just think you say 7 this one? 7 is this one. 8 is, and 8 is which one? This is going to.
4 is, States Exhibit 4 is the Instagram video.
Oh, I need a different objection to that one. This is.
Yep.
Okay, well, then we have different,
Okay.
so we're gonna rotate that.
All right. Any objections to State's Exhibit number 8?
Which actually would be, Your Honor, it States 4, just to correct for the record.
Okay, so State's Exhibit number 8 is State's Exhibit number 4.
Yes, Your Honor, it was just a mishap. 5, 6, 7, 8 have already been entered into evidence that defense objected to, but the court overruled. States 4 is now, I believe, defense is going to object to.
State's 4 has already been admitted. So you're saying that State's 8 is now State's 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you,
I can rearrange rearrange the numbers, Your Honor, to make it easier for the record.
I might be able to help, Judge. We don't have an objection to states 4.
Okay, states 4 is the Instagram video,
Yes, Your Honor.
correct?
And
So
it's,
that's now states 8. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it states 4, Your Honor.
We can still,
Okay, states 4, what is states 8?
States 8 is the 4th video from one of the witnesses on scene that morning.
It's not the screen recording of the story from defendant's Instagram?
No, Your Honor, that would be states 4.
Okay, so your description of state 8 is actually of states 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so what is states 8 now?
States 8 now, Your Honor, it's another video, just a different angle of this shooting and argument and fight recorded by the people present on July 24, 2021.
Okay.
so just for the record to be clear, the defense has no objection to states 4, and we've already discussed our objections to 5, 6, 7, 8, and I believe the court has already overruled us.
Now, you argue regarding states 4, what I believe to be states 4.
Which is now.
I believe the state has changed them to 5, 6, 7, and 8, Judge, so our
Okay,
argument.
the descriptions were different at that point.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so now what you're objecting to is this video depicting different angles of the shooting and the altercation. Is that what you're objecting to now? States 8? Because I've already admitted states 4.
So because we were discussing it as 4, 5, 6, and 7, we objected to that. They have moved 4 to 8 and replaced 4. So we have a different.
No, 4 is still 4, except it's a different description right now.
Yes.
And 8 is the video depicting different angles of the shooting and the altercation.
And our objections from before
Okay.
apply to 8 as well, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. That's overruled. States number 8 is admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
And I will do my best to make it clear for the record which one I'm publishing at the time, Your Honor. Tyler, we're gonna start with states 5, which is going to be one of the videos that you reviewed of this altercation.
may I approach the witness, Your Honor, to turn the TV?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Your Honor, when we start the video, do you mind dimming the lights?
Playing states 5 from the beginning. Now Tyler, I'm gonna start this again, but kind of play it a little bit slower so we can take it in bits and pieces and talk about it, okay? Pausing the video at the 11-second mark. Tyler, is that the conversation that you told this jury about a little bit earlier? That when Jelly and the defendant started this argument, at some point, Jelly told him, "You got your pistol on you, I'm gonna go get mine."
Yes, ma'am.
And did Jelly ever bring his pistol out into this fist fight?
No, ma'am.
But we see him come back at this 11-second mark to continue this whatever argument they're having, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're fake. I mean, you got a pistol on you. I mean you fake. I mean you fake.
And pausing at that 19-second mark. What is it that we see the defendant do?
The defendant strikes Marcus in the face, close fisted.
And I'm gonna go back a little bit. At this point, at the 17-second mark, and play it again. And I want you to pay attention to where Jelly is looking when this punch is thrown, okay? Would it be accurate to say that Marcus was looking away from the defendant when that punch was thrown?
He's looking over his right shoulder in the video.
And is that kind of described as a sucker punch when someone punches someone like that?
I would define it as that, yes.
And playing this video again at, sorry, it's so hard to see, the 19-second mark. Is that Jelly we see in the red shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember where Jelly ends up falling? And you can point on your screen, or I can stand up here and you can tell me. Do you remember where Marcus ends up falling?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be this grassy median that we see right here next to this white car?
That's correct, and that's me in the black shirt and black pants.
That would be you standing here, the white male with a black shirt, black joggers, black sneakers.
Is that screen working?
I can try it on it. Permission to approach on it?
Yes.
Let's see if we can get you to mark it up on that monitor. Caller, you can move that around for you. Let me. I think I need to.
Stephanie, can you help me with this?
All right. I think once you turn it around, Tyler, now you should be able to mark it up on your end and talk to me, or you can probably use your finger to draw on the screen where Marcus fell as he stumbled over. Did you choose a color?
Looks to be the eraser.
Okay, let's try again. I'm not the most tech savvy person, so. that should work for you now. Yep,
And I circle.
yeah, hold on 1 second, and then you try on your end. Now, tell me again where Jelly ended up falling that morning. Perfect. Now, point, can you draw a circle around yourself so we know exactly where you are in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And can you draw a yellow circle around where we can see the defendant at this point? And I'm gonna play this video again at the 21-second mark. Now Tyler, this was kind of like a compilation of videos, maybe bits and pieces that people had recorded.
Yes, ma'am.
Did any of y'all that morning had any idea that somehow this fist fight was gonna turn into anyone dying that morning?
No.
Your Honor, may I just have one moment just to address my victim's family for a second, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
All right, playing state 6. Playing from the beginning of stage 6. Tyler, you remember exactly how many shots you heard that morning?
No.
And I'm gonna play the video again a little bit slower this time, so we can. And I'm gonna pause right here, at the 7-second mark. Do you remember who do we hear saying, "That's it, that's it"?
I believe Marcus said that.
Now, talked about, you know, the sucker punch happens as they're standing pretty close to each other in each other's faces. Does this fight kind of happen after that sucker punch, is that right?
That's correct.
And you told this jury earlier when we talked that, and I'm going back to the 3-second mark, that the defendant tried to take down Marcus. Is that the move that we see right here when the defendant tries to go for Marcus's legs?
That was the film with him.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object just to him speaking to my client's intent in that action. I don't think he can speak to that.
You can speak to the video overall.
Tyler, at that point, you're still pretty close to this fight, right?
It's me in a black shirt and black pants.
And is that the first gunshot that we hear?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you kind of thought it was like a firecracker going off, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't think it was a firecracker when they continued popping off. Where was it?
After the second shot, I knew it wasn't fireworks.
Tyler, as you're standing right there in that video on July 24, 2021, did you see a gun in Marcus's hand?
No.
Could you even tell when the defendant reached for his gun?
Yes.
So as you're standing there on July 24, 2021 at that Kroger parking lot, and they kind of get locked up like we see them in that video, you remember the only person that reached for their gun in this fist fight was the defendant, is that right?
It's clear in my mind and it's clear in the video that the defendant reached with his right hand to his waist, pull out a gun.
Now, Tyler, was that 6 shots we hear on the video?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm assuming that the person who is reporting this kind of starts backing up, right, when they start hearing these gunshots?
Yes.
As anyone would do when they hear gunshots. Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Now, Tyler, I do want to talk about something that you described back here when you testified earlier. You kind of said that Marcus had put the defendant in a chokehold, but you can't tell if that was a chokehold, right? That would be speculation on your part if you said it was a chokehold.
Doesn't look like a chokehold right here.
Because at most of the time, as you're watching this fight go on, the defendant is still moving the rest of his body parts,
Your
right?
Honor, I'm gonna have to object to leading at this point.
Sustained.
Tyler, where do we see Jelly's arm in this angle that we're currently looking at?
It's over the top of the defendant's head.
And it's just there, would that be accurate? Just over the top of his head? trying to grab him, would that be accurate?
Yes.
And we can't really see Jelly's right arm, is that
Your Honor,
correct?
I'm going to keep objecting to leading. She's not letting this witness testify.
Sustained, ask questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Where is Marcus's right arm?
It's hard to tell.
And are we able to see it in this, with this angle?
I can see his right elbow.
And I will play the video again. Now at that point, whose arm would this be around Jelly?
That's the defendant's left arm.
And where do we see Marcus's hand?
Over the shoulder and behind the head of the defendant.
And if we go back a little, I want you, let me see if I can try to zoom into this video a little bit. Well, I want you to pay attention or tell me, where do you see the defendant's arm at this angle? Or you can circle it if you want on your monitor. His right arm. And what is located in that area, Tyler?
This one.
And can we see Marcus's arm in that angle?
Yes.
Can you tell this jury if Marcus's arm is near the gun?
Marcus's arm is around his head, the defendant's head.
So who do we see trying to pull out his gun?
The defendant.
I'm gonna play again from the 6-second mark. And literally within the 3 seconds that we see them turn on this angle, what do we hear?
The first gunshot.
Are they still locked up in this video?
Yes.
Is that the second gunshot?
Yes.
Now, what did we hear just then?
That was the third gunshot.
Do you remember today, or can you remember exactly, how long they stayed locked up before they broke apart?
It happened so fast, it was just a matter of seconds.
But at least for the 3 gunshots that we see, they were still pretty close, is that right?
Yes.
And the last 2 gunshots that we heard on that video, those came pretty quick in succession to each other, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna move on to states 7. that just a different angle of that same encounter, but maybe even a shortened version of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm gonna play the video again, and I'm gonna try to slow it down. Now, on that angle, let me go back a little bit. What do we see the defendant doing in that angle right there?
Crouching down and charging Marcus.
And was that the same angle that we saw earlier? Or was that kind of the same move we saw earlier in a different angle?
That was the same move at a different angle.
And where do we see the defendant's hands from this angle?
In this video, the defendant's hands were above the knee, below the buttocks region.
And where do we see Marcus's right hand?
It appears the right hand of Marcus is under the defendant's left arm.
Now, I want to go back to this angle and pause right here at the 4-second mark. Where do we see defendant's right hand?
Reaching in his waistband for a pistol.
Tyler, are you able to draw that out for us from your monitor? And we can clearly see, can we clearly see the defendant's hands? The right hand at least?
I can.
And in that, at the end of that, what did we hear?
Gunshot.
And on this version of the video, we only heard one. Is that accurate?
We only heard the first.
I'm going to play states 8. Tyler, this video altogether is, can't see from that screen, seems to be about 4 seconds altogether.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, this is after the sucker punch or before the sucker punch.
This is before.
Okay, and this was what you had told the jury earlier when they first started getting into this argument. That's when Marcus says that he's going to get his gun.
That's correct.
And at any point during the videos that we have watched and the videos that we have watched, did we see Marcus with a gun?
No.
Did you ever see him with a gun on the morning of July 24, 2021? I'm gonna play this video, and I'm gonna slow it down so we can actually.
Get my pistol.
And again, I'm gonna ask you the same question, Tyler. You said you saw this fight and you kind of remember this fight from July 24, 2021.
Yes, I do remember the fight.
And some things kind of, stayed with you even 4 years later. Would that be right?
Yes.
That's why you can is that why you can so vividly remember that Marcus went back to his truck, came right back to continue to have this argument with the defendant?
That's correct.
And do you remember that Marcus never made it to his truck?
He turned right around halfway to his truck, and that's when they got into another argument, and that's when the defendant hit him in the face.
Now, Tyler, I'm going to play, well, before I play it, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. For State's Exhibit 4, which was the Instagram video, we talked about, this video being posted on the defendant's Instagram, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you remembered it was the defendant's Instagram because everybody knew his Instagram handle, right?
I would say most people will recognize him by his Instagram handle.
And what would that be?
The asshole.
Publishing states 4.
And Judge, I'd just like to renew our objection to 4 because we didn't actually do the objection earlier. We were talking about different clips, and so we'd just like to make the record clear that we do object to states 4 as well on the same basis.
Okay, thank you. The objection's overruled.
Thank you.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Tyler, before I even play this video, when did you see this video that day on July 24, 2021?
It was about an hour later when I got home and tried to emotionally digest, and then I got curious and looked up the defendant's Instagram, saw the story was still active.
And is it a private Instagram or a public Instagram?
It's public.
So on a public Instagram, as far as your knowledge goes, can anyone view a story?
On the public Instagram, you can see stories, posts, reels. There's nothing hidden.
And so you're saying you get home after the shooting and at some point you stumble across the defendant's Instagram. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be playing States 4. Tyler, can you recall at this point if the story was posted prior to the shooting or if it was posted after the shooting?
Before.
And is that because Instagram kind of tells you, how many
Your Honor,
hours?
I'm gonna object. This is leading again.
Sustained.
Tyler, can you tell on Instagram how many hours before a story is uploaded?
That's correct. You have 24 hours to view an Instagram story. So based on the timetable of the hours that had passed, it is clear that the video was taken the day before, or posted the day before.
tell me what it says on the top of that page?
The very top, that's an Instagram handle of the defendant, the asshole.
Shut. Shot, shoot this bitch up. Shoot this bitch up. Shot, shoot this bitch up. Shoot this bitch up. Shot, shoot this bitch up. Shoot this bitch up. Shot, shoot this bitch up. Shoot this bitch up.
Now, Tyler, I'm gonna play this video again, and we're gonna break it up, and I'm gonna ask you questions.
Bitch up. Shoot this bitch up.
Can you read me the words that it says on this Instagram story?
On the top, it says asshole on the way. On the bottom, it says,
Can you tell me what those emojis are before you move on to the bottom?
those are middle fingers.
And now can you tell me what it says at the bottom, that little caption?
Caption at the bottom states how the asshole hits the bike meets, and then laughing emojis.
Shoot this bitch up. Shot, shoot this bitch up.
Now, what do we see in that child's hand in that video? I'm assuming it's a child.
Appears to be a child wearing a cowboy hat and a pistol in his right hand dancing.
And what is that song that we hear in the background?
The song states, I'm going to shoot this bitch up.
Shot, shoot this bitch up. Shoot this bitch up.
Now, Tyler, you get home and you come across this Instagram story. What's going through your head as you see this?
Your Honor, I'm actually gonna object to relevance. His opinion of something later isn't relevant in this trial. The effect on him, I mean, it's just not relevant to the issues in this case.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, all I'm asking Tyler is his personal opinion as to, after he watched this video, after watching the shooting earlier in the day, what went through his head. Not asking for speculation, just asking him to state his feelings around what happened.
Your Honor, it's kind of, again, irrelevant, and it's an inappropriate opinion, and it's after the fact. I mean, he didn't know anything about this prior to this altercation at the meet. I mean, this is just irrelevant to then kind of talk about it afterwards and speculate about, I mean, his feelings on it now.
I want to sustain the defendant's objection.
I'll move on, Judge. Now, Tyler, let's go back, kinda, to, this fight that happens. And let's walk me back through it. When I was asking you some of those questions earlier, you mentioned something about Marcus having a red shirt, but then you said something very specific and you said he had a white undershirt. How would you know that, Tyler?
After he stumbled to the median, he leaned over on the white car. We took his red shirt off and his white tank top.
Do you intend to play more?
Yes, Your Honor, I just have the States 3, which would be 911 call, but I wouldn't need the lights dimmed for that.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn the lights back on.
Thank you, Judge.
And just we'll need it in our cross in a little bit, but
That's
whatever.
fine.
Okay.
Just asking.
So,
Yes, going back to, so you said Marcus stumbled over, and tell me who went to Marcus as he stumbled over that grassy median that this jury saw?
I did and a few others.
Now, do you remember Marcus saying anything as he stumbled over to y'all?
I've been shot.
Can you see the defendant, where the defendant is at this point as Marcus is stumbling over to you?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's on the ground.
And can you see the defendant's gun?
Yes.
Was it in the defendant's hand, or where was it located?
It was in the defendant's hand until he tossed it to his right side.
Now, when you're helping, when Marcus initially stumbles over, can you, besides Marcus telling you that I've been shot, can you see the blood at that point?
Because his shirt was red, we decided to take his shirt off, and then his white tank top was bloody, and it had holes in the back.
So what do you do next?
Try to keep my composure and dial 911.
At this time, I will be publishing states 3 for the record.
a.m. 29nd, July 24, 2021.
We're on that plan, Billy. We're at Kroger. Which Kroger? MacArthur. Somebody just got shot. Okay, what's the address? I have no idea. You're on West Parkway? MacArthur. So who got shot? Marcus Phillips. Okay, who shot him? A guy, please hurry. No, I'm getting on the yes, sir, I don't know his name. I'm gonna take a picture. Is he still there? Yes, he's still here. Does he still have a gun? Yes, he still has a gun. Is the person still alive that he shot? He's barely breathing. Where's the person that has the gun? He's laying on the ground. The one that has the gun laying on the ground? Yes, sir. He just picked up the gun. Get away from him if you can. Okay, all right. Please hurry. So where is the Kroger? Is he outside, inside? The bad guy? Inside. Everybody's outside. Everybody's outside at the gas station. So everybody's at the gas station? Yes, sir. Everybody's at the gas station. I hear sirens. Yeah, they're coming to you. Just wait along with me. Okay. Please, he's bleeding everywhere. He's my best friend. Okay, please. Yeah, the paramedics and the police are coming. So the bad guy that has the gun, is he still on the ground or where's he at? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's still on the ground. Did he shoot himself or what's he doing? I'm not sure. He's not bleeding. Marcus, get it breathing. All right, keep it on. Just 1 second. I hear the siren. Can you point the officers towards the direction? Yes, I can hear. I stay on the phone until they're there with you. But the paramedics are also coming, okay? He's hurt. Don't let him die. Stay safe while you go to the officers. Come on. Hey, Irving, right here. Please, okay, does he see you? Yeah, he sees me. Okay, thank you.
Tyler, can you tell me what went through your head when you made the 911 call on July 24th?
This can't be real.
Does it still feel like that?
Yes.
Now, going back to this fight, when we looked at the videos, you said it was clear in your mind and it was clear to you on the videos that the defendant reached for his gun. Is that right?
That's correct.
Could it be possible that it was Marcus who reached for the gun?
No.
Why is that?
shoot yourself in the back.
Now, on July 24, 2021, when you came to this bike meet, did you ever imagine this day ending with your best friend dying?
Never.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Rippy, we talked earlier, is it still okay if I call you Tyler, if I go in and out?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You testified that you were Mr. Hood's best friend? That you were his best friend?
One of his best friends, yes.
And you'd never seen him in a fight?
That's correct.
We had earlier testimony that he was peaceful. Were you here yesterday for that? Were you here yesterday
I
for
was
this
here
whole?
yesterday. I was in the office. I
Okay.
wasn't present in the courtroom.
And, sir, are you familiar with the multiple times he was arrested previously?
Objection, Your Honor. This is the same, maybe approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may. All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, this time state has made an objection in regards to any of the specific instances of conduct that defense is trying to go into. One, because of the fact it has no relevance to this case at hand. Two, because of the remoteness of any of these. And 3, we had already approached and filed a motion in limine prior to trial for this specific incident. This witness testified that he had no knowledge whatsoever of our victim being, even being arrested for any sort of offense. So for them to continue on and going into this line of testimony, which the court had already ruled on, so I'm objecting to any of those questions that relate to that, and I will ask the court to have the jury disregard any statements that were made by defense counsel in regards to the specific instances of conduct.
Thank you. What was the defendant's response?
And Your Honor, as we said, just as far as the last question about the gun being irrelevant here, based on these facts, then we
All right.
would agree with the court.
The state's objection is sustained. The jury will disregard any mention of specific conduct by the complainant regarding pointing a gun or anybody, any such thing. The jury will disregard that, okay? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And so, just, the fact of the matter is, your opinion about him never being in a fight or anything like that is based on your just few years of knowing him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, okay. Now, Mr. Rippy, what was your phone number back at the time? You don't have to give us it. Just, actually, was your phone number back at the time? I'm not gonna read the area code because, but was it 556-9708?
Yes.
Was that at the time? Is that still your number?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a nickname in the bike community?
Yes.
What is that?
True.
Okay. And so that's like when your group of friends in the motorcycle community call you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in preparation for court today, what all did you review?
The videos on the discs.
Okay. And you specifically told Detective Ball back around the time of the offense that you intentionally weren't watching those videos, right?
I don't recall.
You recalled speaking to him on the phone a few days after all of this?
Yes.
Okay. And you just don't recall telling him that?
Not specifically, no.
Do you recall that you had not watched the videos at that time?
Which videos are you referring to?
The videos that you just testified about and walked through with the jury?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall seeing those videos or telling Detective Ball that I saw them specifically.
Okay. When was the first time you think you saw them?
I saw the Instagram story the day of the incident. That's the only one that I can remember seeing that day.
Okay. Everything else you saw more recently in preparation for trial?
That's fair to say.
Okay. And you've been in correspondence with Ms. Rossa for the duration of the pendency of this case?
That's correct.
Okay. And have you met with her before?
Just over the phone.
Okay. How many times?
Well, it's been 4 very long years, so I don't recall.
Okay. And you've had numerous text exchanges with her too?
We've texted back and forth.
Okay. And did you also correspond with an investigator, Lyle?
Lyle Gensler, I believe is his last name.
I believe that's right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you correspond with him?
Phone call, maybe a text.
Okay. Did you have any correspondence with Detective Baugh in this case after that phone call, a few days after all of this? It was July, it was July 27th that you spoke with him. Have you talked to him since July 27th, 2021?
No.
Okay.
Spoken to who?
Detective Baugh, the lead detective on this. Okay. And prior to July 24th, 2021, you've never seen my client before?
Only on social media.
Okay. And in fact, you told the police you just recognized his voice, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I mean, it was clear on the 911 too, you couldn't identify him, right?
I know his face and I know his voice.
Okay.
Don't know his name.
And you didn't even follow him on social media at the time of this, all of this happening, right?
Did not follow him.
Okay. And so you went home and, I guess out of curiosity, looked him up? Is that why you went to Instagram and looked up his handle?
I knew of him before the incident, yes.
Okay.
By his handle and his YouTube, with his face in his YouTube and his voice in his YouTube.
Okay. So you're kind of familiar with his online persona?
I would say yes.
Okay. So when you saw that story from that morning, you were familiar that he had posted it numerous other times in his stories, right?
Can you repeat that?
So that story that you testified about earlier, seeing on the Instagram Live, the little Hispanic boy, Mexican boy, I don't know what you called him, that was dancing, that you said my client posted before the meet that morning. So you're familiar that my client has posted that numerous other times on his story and on his social media, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so you just don't recall that.
I don't stalk his page before
Okay.
the fact, just after.
Okay, just after this happened, you looked at it.
After he shot my friend, yes.
Okay, so you don't have, and so you don't have knowledge of him, texting the same, I mean, and I'm sorry, let's just call it what it is, it's a GIF, right? You know what a GIF is?
I've never heard that.
You've never heard of a GIF? Some people call it GIF.
Oh, okay, yes,
I don't-
GIF.
Okay, is it GIF or GIF? I don't know. Okay. But, I mean, you know that's what that is, right?
Looks like a video to me.
Okay. You think my client took that video?
No.
Okay.
Screenshot, screen record, whatever.
Okay. And did you do any kind of looking online and find that GIF?
No.
Okay. So you're not aware it's a pretty popular with that song and all that playing?
Never seen it before.
Okay. Okay. So you just don't know anything about the context of that, other than you just found it interesting after all this happened?
I mean, the context is pretty relevant.
Okay. And you told the police about it?
I believe so.
Let's see. Yeah, and you didn't find this until you said you'd been back at your house, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you didn't have any knowledge this existed until you were back at your house after all of this had happened, right?
Shortly thereafter.
Okay, and even though my client had a public page, you're aware he had blocked DeMarcus from his social media, right?
Wasn't aware of that.
Okay, you hadn't seen any of DeMarcus's being upset about that?
I don't recall DeMarcus mentioning he was upset about anything.
Okay. Okay, so, DeMarcus never mentioned seeing this post, right?
No.
Nobody at the meet mentioned seeing this post?
I didn't talk to anybody about it.
Okay. I mean, the first time you were aware of it was back at your house later?
Shortly thereafter.
Okay. Now, let's see. Your friendship with Mr. Hood, was it all based around motorcycles, or were there other things that y'all did? Is that kind of the basis of your friendship?
That'd be the basis of our friendship, yes.
Okay. Was he known to carry a gun when he came to bike meets?
Never saw it.
Okay. How often did you attend the bike events?
Maybe 4 times a year.
Oh, okay. But these kind of casual meetups and stuff happen pretty regularly, right?
Just a few friends riding motorcycles.
Okay. But this was a pretty big meetup that was planned, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This wasn't just a few friends.
That's correct.
Okay. There were people from out of town. I mean, this was a bigger event, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. familiar with the Real Racing Family Facebook group?
No, ma'am.
You're not even familiar with it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're not in it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Ball that you knew about it back in 2021?
I don't recall.
Now, you mentioned that you didn't know Gerard Grant prior to that day, but your testimony said that both he and DeMarcus had friends at this meetup, right?
I would assume some of his friends were there.
Okay, who were they?
I don't know the names.
Okay, so you're just guessing that he knew people there or had friends there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, we know that DeMarcus had some friends there, right?
I was there.
Okay. I mean, did it seem like he was interacting with other people?
I didn't see him interact with anybody else.
Okay. Did you talk to DeMarcus that morning?
I tried to.
I mean, he didn't mention being angry or upset about anything?
No.
Okay. He didn't mention anything about Gerard Grant that morning?
No.
Did he tell you that he was going to confront Gerard Grant about anything that morning?
No.
Now, how did you get to the Kroger that morning?
I rode my motorcycle.
Okay. Now, do you have any cameras like on your bike or your helmet or anything?
At the time, no.
Oh, do you now?
Depends on if I'm doing a track day.
Depending on you're doing what?
A track day?
Is that just going to a track and racing?
Yes, ma'am. An actual track.
Okay. Do you record those?
Every once in a while.
Okay. But you'd agree with me that like cameras and GoPros and stuff are pretty common in these meetups,
I would say so, yes.
and people are taking a lot of cell phone video as well.
Yes.
And I think you testified previously, there seemed to be a lot of people standing around recording while all of this was happening, right?
Yes,
I mean, that's how we ended up with some of what we saw, right?
that's correct.
Who did you go with to the meet?
Went by myself.
Okay. Did you actually see when Nisha and DeMarcus got there?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see where he parked?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you believe he parked? In relation to where that in relation to where the altercation was?
So from my vantage point, the truck and the trailer would be to my left
Okay,
in the videos.
okay, and you were pretty close. Okay, so how many feet do you estimate? I mean,
20, 30.
So I mean, you could see potentially his truck in the video background or something.
Video was zoomed in pretty good. I don't know if you could see the truck.
Okay. I mean, I think you just testified, right, that you could see it at some point in the video?
I said he was walking to his truck and turned around halfway. I never said that I saw the truck in the video.
Okay. Did you know that DeMarcus had a loaded gun with him that day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you told the police that you didn't see what happened before they were in an argument, right?
I walked up on the argument.
Okay. So let's talk about that for a second. So your testimony is that you saw everything that happened, but admittedly, you did not see anything prior to them arguing, per your words, right?
I saw the entire physical altercation.
Okay. Unless there was something prior to that argument though, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So how would you, I'm not trying to put you on the spot with this or be difficult, I mean, it's not a quiz. I mean, wouldn't you say an argument is kind of two people going back and forth?
You can say that.
Okay. So when you characterize this as an argument, I mean, are you aware that DeMarcus Hood crossed the whole parking lot to go confront Gerard?
No.
I mean, are you aware that Gerard told him to take a walk, leave him alone?
No.
I mean, okay, are you aware that Gerard took over a minute of him yelling at him? He was, I mean,
Objection, Your Honor. I believe at this point defense counsel is testifying.
you're not allowed to ask at what point he believes he walked up on this altercation. He says he believes he saw the entire physical altercation, Judge.
Okay, but you're asking him what was said before,
Well, I mean,
which he doesn't know.
okay, but, I mean, if he says he didn't see something, I mean, I can ask him if he saw something, though.
Yes, you can. If he said he didn't,
Okay.
then, you know, go ahead.
Okay,
State's objection is sustained.
okay. Okay. Did you see DeMarcus slapping Gerard's gun on his waist?
I don't recall that.
Okay, and you did walk up on them verbally saying things. Did you hear DeMarcus calling Gerard a bitch with a gun?
I didn't hear that.
Okay. Did you hear DeMarcus say, "You got a pistol, I'm gonna go get mine"?
I did hear that.
Okay. And you say you heard something about DeMarcus saying, "Put your gun away." But Gerard's gun was not out during them having these words, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so even if he said that, that didn't mean Gerard was walking around waving his gun in the air, did it?
Not in the air.
Okay, well, not anywhere. It was not out, right?
I didn't see it out at the time.
Right, because in fact, it was under his shirt in a holster, right?
I'm assuming it was.
Okay, I mean, it wasn't, you didn't even see the gun at first, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you testified here that Gerard Grant punched DeMarcus Hood and Marcus did nothing back. Do you recall telling the police that Marcus punched back?
I don't recall.
Okay. So do you recall speaking to an officer Faust at the scene?
I don't remember the names.
Okay.
There's officers everywhere.
Okay. So if that officer, you know, has a report saying that, would that be inaccurate?
I would say if the officer had recorded that, then yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk for just a second. I think you eventually kind of got there. What do you think a sucker punch is?
My definition of a sucker punch is hitting somebody that is not looking or has their guard up.
Okay. I think a couple things. Let's do theirs first, right? Your Honor, may we dim the lights and do you mind republishing the main five?
Yes.
And we'll publish what's been admitted as states 5. very quick there, but can you see right before the clip cuts away that DeMarcus is staring right ahead at Gerard? Do you want us to go back and ask you to watch that again?
Sure.
Okay, do you mind just 2 seconds back, I'm sorry. See right there? It's actually Gerard that looks away right before the punch. Okay. And do you hear Mr. Hood saying, "I'm in your face, I'm in your face"? You hear that?
That's what he said.
He didn't say it, he's yelling it in his face, right?
That's what was stated.
Wasn't stated. It was yelled in his face, right?
You still need to
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Yes, we can turn them on for a second, Judge. I think I will do another video in a minute.
Okay, I'll leave them, down. Okay, what was your objection?
Asked and answered, Your Honor. Defense repeated the same question that this witness had already gave his answer to.
Overruled.
And you don't believe he was yelling in that clip?
That's your opinion.
Okay. Well, you don't believe he was asking to be hit in that clip?
Objection, that's the speculation, Your Honor. How is he supposed to know what the victim was thinking at the time as he got in the defendant's face? This person would have no knowledge as to what the victim was thinking at the time.
Sustained.
Okay. I can move on. Did you see how close DeMarcus was to my client's face when he was screaming at him? Screaming, "I'm in your face, I'm in your face."
Looks to be fairly close.
He does. If you were in somebody's face screaming at them like that.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, what is this witness being put in the victim's shoes and testifying as to what he would do? How does that have any relevance to what happened between the victim and the defendant?
What's the defendant's response to that?
I mean, Your Honor, he's already given his opinion about our client's intention with different things he did during this fight. I mean, I just was asking his opinion about how that started. I think he seems to have opinions about various points of this fight. I was just asking his opinion about that.
I'll sustain the state's objection.
Now, you never saw Gerard point the gun at DeMarcus, did you?
No.
And we actually have a great picture right there of Mr. Hood. I mean, there's no way of knowing if he has a gun on him or not in this picture, right?
I was a few feet away and one of the first people to walk over to him. He did not have a gun.
Your Honor, I'll object to non-responsive.
Overruled.
I mean, he's got a baggy t-shirt on over baggy jeans, right?
That's correct.
And he seemed to be well aware that my client had a gun on him, right?
Seems so.
And he said he was going to get a gun and walked away from my client, right?
A few feet.
2 feet now?
A few feet.
Oh. And then he came back at my client, right?
That's correct.
I mean, my client didn't chase after him, did he?
No.
I mean, was my client yelling at him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was my client pointing a gun at him at that point?
No.
Okay. So he comes back at my client after saying he's getting a gun and re-engages in this, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, these are just clips, right? Of the kind of total situation.
Yes.
In fact, the whole situation is, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes long, right?
I would say.
And these clips are probably less than a minute total, right? I mean, less than 30 seconds, really.
Possibly.
Okay. I mean, it's not possible, they were extensively slowed down for you to analyze, but these are very, very short clips of a relatively short event, but still much longer than these clips, right?
Less than a minute.
The clips, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there were things that happened that were not in these clips, right?
I would say so.
And these clips were extensively slowed down, and even at times, I think she was zooming in for you to pick and choose where people's hands were at different times in this fight, right?
That's what happened.
Okay, and you'll agree with me, though, that when my client's head is down in a chokehold, he might not be able to slow things down and think about where everybody's hands are exactly in that second, right?
I'm not sure what he was thinking.
Okay, but the fact of the matter is, that portion that was slowed down, and I mean, these gunshots that are in this playing of the video spaced out, I mean, those gunshots were only in total, the total shots, a few seconds apart, right?
Yes.
So even though we slow it down and Monday morning quarterback this now, I mean, my client had his head down in that video and quite likely couldn't even see what you're now able to see either from a distance at the time or now in a slowed down video, right?
Can you restate that, please?
I'm sorry, it's clear on the video at times he had his head down when you're able to then point out where people's hands are, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, okay. Now between July 24th and July 27th, you were with the family, is that right? I mean, in 2021, I apologize. You were with DeMarcus's family, is that right?
I don't recall being with his family until we had a wake.
Okay. Do you recall in your phone call to Detective Baugh on July 27th, 2021, telling him that you have been with the family since July 24th, 2021?
No, I was with Nisha, which was not his family, his girlfriend at the time.
Oh, okay, so you just were with her during that time?
Yes.
Okay. So, did she encourage you to call Detective Baugh on the 27th, July 27th, 2021?
I don't recall her being the reason why I called.
Okay. Again, on that phone call, you mentioned the family encouraging you to call the detective and tell him a statement. Do you remember that?
I think it was important to say what I saw and help out in the investigation.
And yeah, and you told Detective Baugh that Nisha had encouraged you to call.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Did you see Marcus's phone at the scene?
No, ma'am.
Never?
Never saw his phone.
Okay. Did you see it immediately after the shooting ever?
No.
To this day, have you ever seen his phone again?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I mean, I know you're saying you don't recall parts of this call, but do you remember there being a phone call with Detective Baugh on July 27th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because it was about 20 minutes long. I mean, you had a pretty significant call with him, right? You gotta say yes, sorry for her record.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, do you remember specifically telling him that you're not part of a private Facebook group about this racing stuff?
I don't remember discussing. I know I haven't logged into Facebook for a really long time. I'm not associated with.
Okay. Yeah, but if the detective had asked you to look into it or get the name of it or anything like that, you would have helped him out and done that, right?
If he asked me to, I would.
Okay. And he never asked you to, as far as you can recall.
I don't remember.
But you don't remember him asking.
I don't recall him asking.
Okay. Do you recall there being a lot of talk about this shooting and everything that happened online after?
say I was a part of any of it, just within our close circle of friends.
Yeah, I mean, were you aware of it? I didn't ask if you were a part of it, I asked if you were aware of it.
I'm not sure of all the talk that was happening.
Okay.
And I was only talking to my friends about it who were closer to Marcus at the time.
Okay, so who were you talking to about this?
Nisha.
Okay, and you didn't see Facebook posts or Instagram posts about this even throughout the last couple of years, the anniversary, anything like that?
Yeah, there was Instagram posts. I saw more on Instagram now and wasn't active on Facebook at the time, so.
Okay, and people would comment on it, respond to stuff people posted?
I'm sure.
Okay. People who weren't even there were getting involved in the discussion, I'm sure, about their opinions of both parties?
That's fair to say.
Okay. I mean, it's fair to say there's been a lot of opinions surrounding this from a lot of people who were not in that video saying next to you, right?
I'm not sure.
I mean, a lot of people have opinions of my client that weren't even at that event, right?
Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
But that's not my question. I mean, a lot
That's
of
the
people, who were not there have been talking about this shooting and my client, you know, since then, right? A lot of people who were not even there.
I'm sure.
Yes, is the answer, right?
I'm sure there are.
Objection, Your Honor. Defense counsel is again testifying. Instead of giving the chance to the witness to give his answer.
Your Honor.
Overruled, this is cross-examination.
Thank you. Let's see. Are you on any group texts with like other people in the motorcycle community?
I wouldn't say any that are associated with this now.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
The answer is I am in group chats with friends who have motorcycles, but nobody really associated with the incident back in 2021.
Okay, so those group texts, there's never been any discussion about that shooting or anything?
There could have been 4 years ago.
Okay, but you just don't recall?
4 years ago, I don't know the specifics of what may happen on a group chat from that time.
So, Your Honor, and I apologize, we may have to get a disc in a break, but I would move to admit defendants 1. Under optional completeness and 403, there's a clip that the state did not admit through this witness that we'd like to complete the clips of this incident.
Has the state seen the clip?
Judge, one, we don't know which video defense is planning to play. We don't know if this witness has looked at the video, can identify the video, or even they haven't laid the predicate for it to be admitted. Is defense planning on admitting their entire laptop into evidence to admit this video?
Your Honor, and I apologize, just the manner in which it's gonna be admitted will be addressed. We weren't aware they were just gonna admit bits and pieces. We can obviously put this on a disc in a break, and that's not, we're not gonna admit her laptop, that's not, we don't have to worry about that. This is their clip from discovery of part of this exact incident he just testified to. It's another clip that he didn't make, and so I believe if he can lay the predicate, he can identify the parties.
Okay, lay the predicate then.
You know, and, yeah.
Your Honor,
May we approach, Judge?
Yes, approach the witness.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Regarding this video?
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe the defense wants to lay the predicate with the
Yes, Your Honor,
witness.
we just needed to approach before defense lays the predicate
Okay.
with the.
I'll tell you what, it's 11 o'clock. We've been going since a little after 9. Let's take a 15-minute break and be back at 11:15.
All right.
short break, before which the defendant was, cross-examining the witness entitled Rippy. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, sir, we talked a little bit about there being talk in the community about this shooting. Do you feel pressured to be here today?
No,
Do you feel pressured to testify in a certain way today?
no,
Now, May of 2024, days prior to our last trial date, you were contacted by someone pressuring you to testify, is that correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall reaching out to the prosecutor, Ms. Rasa, about these text messages concerning you?
It's a possibility.
Okay, well, do you remember telling the prosecutor that these were unsolicited or unprovoked?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you recall you were having some kind of medical procedure around the time of that trial?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall this,
Just for the record, there hasn't been a trial.
I'm sorry, around the time of that trial
Previous
date?
trial in this case.
I apologize, there was a setting.
Right.
And do you recall that you were getting pressured to reschedule that?
I wasn't sure I was going to make that date because of my surgery.
Do you recall who was texting you about your testimony prior to our previous trial setting?
I don't recall.
Okay. This was May of 2024. You don't remember that?
Looking back on it, no, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have your phone with you right now? Could you refresh your recollection?
Would you like me to pull my phone out and look?
Do you recall receiving a text that said, if that man gets off, I can't promise that you won't be to blame?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall getting a text that said you're literally the last guaranteed that this man does prison time?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall getting a text that says, but A, and then some asterisks, presumably an asshole, team already don't like you, but we like you and we got your back? Do you recall that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. But that indicates not him, right?
I just don't remember.
Okay. And you don't recall texting the prosecutor about this, reaching out, being concerned?
I don't remember texting the prosecutor that I was concerned.
Okay. I mean, do you remember the prosecutor offering to talk to them about it?
My memory is vague on this subject, I'm sorry.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed you the text messages?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach with what we're marking as defendant 1. I'm showing the state. a chance to look at defendants 1, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that refresh your memory?
It's been a while, but yes.
Okay, and so does this look like an accurate representation of your text message conversation between you and Ms. Rasa?
Yes.
Does it appear that it's been edited in any way, that you can tell?
Not from what I can tell.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit defendants 1.
Stacy?
Your Honor, I believe that was being used to refresh the witness's recollection. I don't believe these statements would all be considered hearsay in the fact that this witness is present as to testify to these text messages. And again, these text messages were being used to refresh his recollection, not admit the hearsay statements into the record. So I would object.
What's the defendant's response?
Your Honor, I'll ask the questions again. Thank you. And this did refresh your recollection, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you do recall somebody texted you saying you are literally the last guarantee that this man does prison time, right?
That's what that text said.
That you believe to be one you received back in May, right?
I saw the date and it said May on it.
Okay. In 2024?
2024.
Okay. I can understand if you're a little bit worried about the whole situation, meaning you're testifying, right?
That's in that text message.
Okay. And you remember that it says if that man gets off, I can't promise that you won't be to blame.
That's also in the text message.
That this refreshes your recollection of.
I just read it.
Okay. And again, but asshole team already don't like you, but we like you and we got your back. That's in this text message as well.
That's in the text.
Okay. And do you recall sending a text message to the prosecutor saying these are unprovoked messages I've been getting in regard to testifying?
I did not provoke any text messages, so yes.
But did you send that text message to the prosecutor with the screenshot of the message I just read?
That's correct.
Okay. And did the prosecutor follow up with you about who sent the text message?
I don't remember.
It's clear on this message that at the time she did send you a text message back asking who had sent it, right?
If I read that correctly.
Okay. And you didn't provide her anybody's information at that time in May of 2024, right?
I don't recall what that phone call until.
Okay. But it's not in these text messages.
No, ma'am.
And then do you recall the prosecutor reaching back out to you in March of 2025 about this? Oh, I apologize, I'm so sorry. In this screenshot you sent the prosecutor in May of 2024, it appears that there is a video clip attached to what they sent you. Do you remember seeing that in the text message?
I remember seeing it as you showed me just a second ago, but I don't remember which video it was.
Okay, but whoever sent you this text message about testifying sent you a video clip as well, right?
There would be a video clip in that.
Okay, and did you send this video clip to the prosecutor or the police when you received it?
I don't recall.
Did you watch it?
I don't recall.
I mean, do you recall that the message says, hopefully this video gives you some motivation since he's not here to fight for himself. I mean, do you remember that being part of the message?
I just read that.
Okay, and you don't know if you even watched that video when it was sent to you?
I may have. I'm not certain that I wanted to relive that moment at the time.
Okay, and then you don't know what you did with the video after that?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then do you remember in March of 2025 Ms. Rosso reaching out to you again about that text message
Your Honor,
conversation.
at this point, I'm gonna object. The defense is going to continue reading from an exhibit, the hearsay statement contained therein that is not in evidence.
She's asking questions, she's not reading.
Your Honor, defense has, they would ask a question and then they follow up with reading the hearsay statement into the record. So that is what they've done with the previous statements in that same exhibit that was not ever offered into evidence because it does contain hearsay.
And, Your Honor, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter. We have no idea if this is true. We're offering it for the impression on this listener.
Okay, don't read any documents that are not in evidence. You can ask questions, and if the witness knows, he can answer.
Okay? Yes, ma'am. Now, and I apologize, in March of 2025, did the prosecutor reach back out to you again about this text message?
Can't remember the date. It's been 4 years
Since March of 2025?
since we met each other and talked about the trial, so I don't specifically remember dates on when she texted me about anything, honestly.
Have you had so much communication with her you can't remember this text chain just in March of this year?
It's been 4 years, so I don't know what months or days that she texted me and said I need to be in court or I'm going to be subpoenaed.
I apologize. I'm asking about the text message. She brought it back up to you again, asking about who sent it. I wasn't asking about coming to court.
Right.
I was just asking about her bringing this same text up again to you in March of this year. You don't remember that text message exchange?
I don't know.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Would it refresh your recollection to show you the text message?
Sure.
Showing the state, again, this just cuts off the, moves like that. Yeah. This is that, so it's really just adding that little part of the bottom. Thank you. Okay. And you've had a chance to refresh your recollection now to that text message exchange?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. And that does look familiar as far as a text message exchange you had with the prosecutor back in March of 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's related to this same kind of text exchange pressuring you to testify in May of 2024.
It was a screenshot of that text thread.
And in that screenshot, they say Trippy, my boy, is how they address you. Is that right?
Again, I'm going to object against defense reading from the same exhibit that we've constantly talked about, the fact that is hearsay statements being read into the record.
Start reading statements into the record that weren't made by this witness. The state's objection is sustained. You can ask him questions.
Sir, from what you just refreshed your recollection of, do you recall how the person who texted you addressed you in that text?
By my nickname.
And that's Trippy.
Some people call me that.
Okay. So he was a friend of yours, or at least knew you socially in the motorcycle world, right?
He knew my nickname.
Okay. And it's clear from this exchange, this person knew you were going to have surgery.
Looks that way.
And they were concerned that the surgery was going to make you miss the trial.
They didn't know the intent of the surgery.
Was the exchange trying to pressure you into moving your surgery?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Would you like me to let you refresh your recollection again?
I'm okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
So was part of this text message exchange the person trying to pressure you into moving your surgery?
Yes, I did not postpone my surgery.
But that was what the exchange was about.
That's what the person in that thread
Wanted.
stated.
Okay. Now, there's another person mentioned in this exchange, Frankie Moreno. Do you know that person?
I did not.
And this exchange indicates that they've been trying to contact that person as well.
Again, Your Honor, we are continuing to bring, I'm going to object to these hearsay statements constantly being read into the record, even though the court has sustained state's objection about these hearsay statements.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Do you know a person named Frankie Moreno?
I did not.
Okay. Did you? Okay. Did you recognize everybody who was standing around the fight and the shooting and everything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did the prosecutor ever reach out to you about helping to identify some people who were at the scene?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Would it help you to refresh your recollection if I showed you communication with you and the prosecutor that I'm asking you about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I apologize, this is, yeah, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
This is, defense 3. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Did Ms. Raza reach out to you in May of 2024 asking for your help to identify someone who had been at the scene?
What was defense exhibit 3?
It's another text exchange, Judge, between this witness and Ms. Raza from May of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you didn't recognize him?
No, ma'am.
But you have had a chance to review these clips prior to coming to court today, right?
Yes.
And so they were asking you about somebody who was at the scene, that was present in those clips, right?
It appears in that text message, yes.
I mean, did you see him on those clips that we just rewatched and slowed down, standing right there in the clips?
I believe so.
Judge, at this time we'll pass the witness and we'll just reserve any more cross for him.
All right, Steve?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Tyler, this whole back and forth that we just talked about, that was just discussed on cross, I just wanna go back to May of 2024. What was going on in your life in May of 2024?
I had to have a total hip replacement surgery.
And you knew that we were previously set for trial of this case at that time, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And, but me and you were in communication because you knew that you were a witness in this case, as you had been from the beginning of this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And did me and you kind of stay in communication, you know, kind of on and off? When the trial date would approach, I would reach out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You would get served a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
And we would kind of figure out, you know, when I would need you, when to set up a meeting, things like that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, Tyler, at any point in May of 2024, did you ever feel pressured that you had to come testify in this case?
No.
Did I ever make you feel pressured that you had to be here and be a witness in this case?
I'll object. I mean, at no point did I represent that Ms. Raza was the one pressuring this witness. I just don't want that to be, that's not our contention, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Now, but when someone did text you about it and you did feel uncomfortable with that message, you reached out to me, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I immediately, my concern was I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable, is that right?
Yes.
And we talked about it and we moved right along. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, we made a joke about this yesterday when I saw you again, and I said something about, you know, we had worked out logistics to get you here. Is that right, Tom?
I'm gonna object. There's kind of a lot of testifying before the question and leading and possibly sidebar.
Overruled.
Tom, previously, going back to that same, you know, text thread of May of 2024, you said you had that hip replacement surgery scheduled, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And talk me through a little bit of the specifics or logistics that we would have to work through to get you here.
My hip surgery was in Dallas. I was released the day after and did my recovery 2.5 hours away.
And were you staying with someone there to help you?
Staying with my mother.
And walk me through some of those logistics we were going to work out for you to be able to come and testify.
Without pressure, I was going to get a ride from my mom's house all the way back to Dallas to be here for the date.
And some of that was through my investigator at the time, Lyle Ginsler, is that right?
That's correct.
Now Tyler, did you have to be in a wheelchair because of that surgery?
For a few days, yes.
Were you also on, I would guess, or assume, pretty heavy pain meds at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass a witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Sorry, briefly, Your Honor. Sir, none of these text messages, to be clear, are about logistics and you having to get a ride because you're injured or any of that stuff, right?
You want to get a text now?
Right. Are there other text messages that we didn't have?
The text that you just showed me.
Oh, okay. Are there other texts between you and the prosecutor where you do discuss these logistics?
I believe so.
Okay. And so, I mean, to be clear, this whole discussion is not about your surgery and the inconvenience of travel or any of that stuff that you just talked to her about, right?
Can you restate, please?
This whole
Your Honor,
communication.
may we ask to approach at this point?
You may.
Your Honor, we do have the disc now for defense 4.
Okay. Except that it's almost lunchtime.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you have other questions that you want to ask this witness before the next 7 minutes.
Your Honor, I believe we're done otherwise.
Okay.
So,
And
past the minutes.
how many minutes is the clip?
It's a few seconds.
A few seconds? Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I believe that would be outside the presence of the jury, that they would have to show this witness.
This is the thing we discussed earlier.
Oh, you all haven't looked at it?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have or you have not?
Not
The
the
CD
witness.
is
The
not.
witness is not, Your Honor.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and release y'all for a 1-hour lunch. Let's be back here at 1 o'clock. Remember, you were not to discuss what you've heard so far. Very important, because that means you'd be deliberating already, and you haven't heard all the evidence. Please don't chat among yourselves about the testimony you've heard so far. Don't talk to anybody else either, okay? No social media. There's been a lot of mention of social media, Snapchat, TikTok, and all that. Instagram. You were not to go on your phones and look at it. So I may have to see some phones if anybody tells me y'all are doing that. Please don't do that, okay? Let's keep our minds free of the clutter. And we're listening to the evidence right here, right now, okay? If anybody chats about it, please let me know. If anybody does any kind of research, please let me know. We don't want a mistrial in this case. All right, see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All rise.
I'm the driver and show it to you.
We just admit these for record purposes, since they're not admitted, but just, yes, ma'am. Just before you leave, we'll just throw them in so I don't lose them.
reflects that, we are outside the presence of the jury. What exhibit was that? Defense exhibit?
Which exhibit are we speaking
The
of?
disc
The disc is gonna be 4.
number 4. Okay,
The state is just taking a look at it, right now, and then we'll show it to the witness
Okay.
before, so we can take care of that.
all right, okay.
Just for housekeeping, do you want me to go ahead and?
No, the disc isn't in there.
Must have taken it back. Yes, it is.
say for the record what you're showing the witness.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's gonna be, or what is marked as defense 4. You recognize that as being what you saw. Okay. And Judge, I can do it right now, or we can do it in front of the jury, however you'd like, but
Well, does the witness lay all the predicates?
sure. And Mr. Rippy, sorry, you've just reviewed what's marked as Defense Exhibit 4, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize the scene depicted in Defense Exhibit 4?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recognize that that is just a longer version of some of the clips you went through with the state earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it accurate, fair to what you saw that day? And it appears to be a continuous video, including some of the portions we already went through earlier today with the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there have been no changes or nothing that you see in this video?
Doesn't seem to be.
Thank you. And Judge, I'm sorry, and Mr. Rippy, this just appears to be a few seconds longer than some of the clips that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor?
Are you intending to tender this thing?
Yes, Judge, I guess I thought we would do some of this with them, but yes, Judge, we would offer Defense Exhibit 4 under the rule of optional completeness, under Rule 106, 107, and 403.
What says the state?
I have no objection to this exhibit, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibit 4 is admitted for all purposes.
And we would just like to publish and have some questioning with the witness after.
Yes, when we're back.
Yes, thank you.
We're at lunch till 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Next question.
facts that the defendant is present, that his attorney to state is present, the jurors are present and seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Did y'all get some lunch? Feel a bit more refreshed? Okay, all right. The defense was in the process of cross-examining Mr. Rippy.
Thank you,
Are
Judge.
both sides ready to proceed?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Your
All
Honor.
right, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we admitted outside the presence of the jury Defense Exhibit 4, and so permission to, I guess, publish that here as we question the witness. And Tyler, outside the presence of the jury, you were able to watch what we have now admitted as Defense Exhibit 4, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is the full clip, and a part of which is in State's Exhibit 5, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now we're gonna kind of go back through this one a little bit slower. Actually, maybe we'll play it first and then walk through it.
You got a pistol. I'm in your face. I'm in your face.
Okay, and that's the clip that we showed you outside the presence of the jury, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you have acknowledged that this is what you witnessed that day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Just part of what you saw that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, and just since this is frozen right here, we'll just ask you the question. See that gentleman just beyond where DeMarcus and Gerard are? He's got, looks like yellow on his hands, maybe gloves or something? On the left side of the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Is there a way to
Oh,
photo on this?
Deputy, can you assist?
Oh. I'm so sorry, I didn't even see we're just having you guess at that.
Thank you.
And you can see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so to the left of where DeMarcus and Gerard are, you see that man in what looks like black and a backwards hat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you don't know him, right?
I don't know his name.
Okay, but this is the same, one of the people the prosecutor was trying to identify or asking you for help identifying, right?
By the gloves, yes.
Okay,
Did you recognize what?
sure, from the earlier text we were talking about.
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at this, and just to be clear, kind of timing wise, because I don't want to be confusing everybody. So this clip is after you say you walked up on them, after DeMarcus has already acknowledged that he knows Gerard has a gun, right?
Yes.
This is after he's already said, you know, you've got a pistol, I'm gonna go get mine. Something to that effect, right?
Can you play the video one more time, please?
Sure.
You don't look down. I'm in your face. I mean, you got a pistol. I'm in your face. I'm in your face.
That's when it happened.
That's when what happened.
That's when he said, you have a pistol, put your pistol away. Put your pistol down.
Okay, that wasn't the question at all that I asked you, so let's, okay. So, just to be clear for the jury about when this clip is happening in relation to other things we've discussed. So, this clip is happening after DeMarcus has already made it clear that he knows Gerard has a gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
DeMarcus has already said something to the effect of, you got a pistol, I'm gonna go get mine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He's already left and come back at this point, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he is now re-engaged with my client, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is part of what you termed an argument, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's slowly go through this then.
Who done with that? Nigga, I'm in your face. I mean, you got a pistol. I'm in your face. I'm in your face.
Okay, so you would agree with me that this clip shows DeMarcus Hood yelling at my client, right? Yelling at Gerard Grant.
They were arguing and his voice was raised. I mean, I think it's your opinion that he was yelling.
Okay, well, okay, and you believe they were arguing.
Yes,
So-
they were arguing.
At any point in this clip, did you hear Gerard Grant's voice raised?
Not in this clip, no.
Okay. At any point in any of the clips that we just watched, did you hear Gerard Grant's voice raised?
I don't recall.
Okay. Okay. Now, DeMarcus Hood is yelling and in Gerard Grant's face at this point. It's clear in this video that Gerard Grant actually turns his body away from DeMarcus Hood. Isn't that right?
Yes.
We can watch it again if you need to.
Who done with that? Nigga, I'm in your face. I mean, you got a pistol. I'm in your face. I'm in your face.
In fact, he's circling backwards, kind of. Yes?
Yes, he looked to the right.
Okay. And his body, I mean, his feet are moving backwards. And he's turning kind of to the right, right?
His body position changed.
Okay. And he's not going towards DeMarcus, is he?
Not yet.
Okay. And DeMarcus is coming towards him, is that right?
Would you mind playing the video again, please?
Sure.
Who done with that? Nigga, I'm in your face. I mean, you got a pistol. I'm in your face. I'm in your face.
Did you see what you need to see?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. So you would agree with me that as my client is backing up, DeMarcus is actually coming towards him, while screaming at him.
His left foot reaches forward.
DeMarcus's,
Yes, ma'am.
to be clear. Okay. And how this whole video starts, Gerard is actually pushing DeMarcus's hand out of his face, right?
Can you play the video one more time, please?
Of course.
Who done with that? Nigga? Who done with that?
Did you see that when you were there that day?
Yes, ma'am, that's when the argument turned physical at that moment.
When Gerard was pushing DeMarcus's hand out of his face. That's when it turned physical?
It's hard to see DeMarcus's hand in front of the face, but it looks like the defendant is pushing his hand away from his body.
Okay. And from what you were able to witness, you believe this is the beginning of things getting physical?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't see the full minute plus of time they were interacting prior to this clip?
Not the full minute.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
So it's your testimony that you didn't see anything else physical between them prior to this?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so let's go forward a little bit to, I believe this clip ends right before, right before the punch, right?
Can you play the video, please?
Sure.
Well, I'm in your face.
So this clip ends right before Gerard punches DeMarcus, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Who don't look down? I'm in your face. I mean, you got a pistol on. I'm in your face. Well, I'm in your face.
Okay. So this is the very end of that video. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's basically a freeze frame right before Gerard punches DeMarcus, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is after DeMarcus has been, as you said, raised his voice and said, I'm in your face, you got a pistol, I'm in your face, I'm in your face, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you can see, in this video, it's very clear the direction DeMarcus is looking, right?
It's not very clear, but he seems to be looking over the left shoulder of the defendant.
And he seems to be looking in the direction of Gerard, right?
It's hard to say.
Okay. And that's what you termed a sucker punch. Knowing all of this led up to the punch.
My opinion is a sucker punch is when hands are down and you're not looking directly at the subject.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
State.
Just briefly, Judge, can I have defense forward, please? Now, Tyler, before I replay defense's exhibit 4, I kind of want to talk about, rehash some of the things we've already talked about, and I promise I won't keep you too long. But when you walked up to this argument, at any point, did you see Marcus physically ever put his hands on the defendant?
No.
Besides that little pat down that we have maybe caught a glimpse of in one of our videos, where he says, oh, you got your gun on you, I'm gonna go get mine. Did you ever see Marcus at any point, until Marcus stumbled over to that grassy median, ever touch the defendant again?
No.
Now, I'm going to play defenses 4 and ask you a couple of questions.
Your face. Well, I'm in your face.
And let me slow this down. As we've already established for this jury, this is after the pat down, or, him got your gun on you, I'm gonna go get mine. He comes back, re-engages in this argument, and now, just right there, I'm gonna take it back a little bit. Can you see where Marcus's hands are?
No, ma'am.
So you're kind of speculating that it could be that they were in the defendant's face, maybe.
I can't for sure say.
You're just assuming that because you see the defendant physically touch Marcus and push him away.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to leading the witness.
Overruled.
You can answer the question,
That's
Tyler.
correct.
So you see the defendant physically put his hands on Marcus to push him away.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I mean, again, what are we hearing from Marcus at this point? Are they just words, or is there some action following it?
It's just words.
Is he touching him at any point?
No, ma'am.
Is he ever squaring up to start a fight at any point?
His hands are down, no, ma'am.
And I'm gonna continue playing. Sorry. Promise I'll pause it at the right time this time. Let's talk about this frame right here. And there was some discussion about, oh, the defendant was turning away from the victim at the time. Was he turning away from the victim or getting ready to throw this punch?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. That calls for speculation.
Overruled.
And I'm gonna object. She's actually testifying for the witness. That is leading since he has already answered the question differently. She's now giving him a different answer.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Seems that the defendant is turning to his right-hand side with his right foot to gain momentum.
And Tyler, if I were to play this video from this 6-second mark, what is the defendant going to do next?
He's going to load on his back foot and hit Marcus in the face.
Do we see Marcus, again, touch him at any point?
No, ma'am.
So when we talked about earlier on direct, when this physical altercation started, at any point during this entire, I don't even know at this point if it was like a 3 to 5 minute encounter or what it was, who was the first person to always engage some sort of physical aspect into this argument?
The defendant.
Did we see him do that seconds ago when he pushes Marcus away?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we see him on this still frame, if I were to continue playing, actually continue the physical altercation by throwing that punch?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, if we were to play state 6 or 7, I believe, we would then again see the defendant physically grab onto Marcus. Is that right?
Yes.
Not Marcus reach him or touch him.
That's correct.
Not Marcus try to take him down.
That's correct.
Marcus's actions on July 24, 2021 remain just that, words. Is that right? Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. So now we've just discussed something different. There's a pat down before this video, right?
Pat down?
Yes, you were just discussing it with the prosecutor.
Can you explain what that means?
I don't know, you seem to know about it 3 minutes ago. What, you just acknowledged there was a pat down, that DeMarcus patted Gerard down prior to this clip. Tell me what you were agreeing with her about, that you knew about.
Marcus knew the defendant had a gun on him.
And part of how he knew it is because he had reached over and physically touched it, right?
I do recall that.
Okay. And that's what you're calling, now is, we're calling a pat down, right?
You're calling it pat down?
Okay, I think Ms. Rosa was the first one to introduce that word to us. I'd agree with you, you didn't bring it up, but, what would you call it?
I'm not sure what I would call it.
Okay, because it's reaching for somebody's gun, right? I mean, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This question is asked for this witness to speculate as to what Marcus's intentions were at the time.
Rephrase your question.
I mean, what has been called a pat down, I mean, was DeMarcus physically reaching for and touching where Gerard had a gun under his shirt, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound question. And it is purposely done that way to confuse this witness to answer the question a certain way.
I can split it, I
What
apologize.
are you asking the witness? Whether the complainant reached over and touched the gun, whether the complainant patted the defendant down, whether the defendant tried to grab the defendant's gun? What are you asking?
Your Honor,
Ask a simple question.
Your Honor, the prosecutor asked, this is after the pat down. That was the first mention of that. I'm asking him to explain what the pat down was to him, what he saw of a pat down. And that's what I'm just trying to kind of flesh out, what that actually was as far as the actions Mr. Hood took. So,
Mr. Tipley, go ahead and answer.
so what actions did Mr. Hood take that you were now discussing as a pat down?
Gentle pat to the hip.
I'm sorry?
A gentle pat to the hip.
A gentle pat to the hip. Okay. Just one?
I don't recall.
Okay. But it was where Gerard Grant had his pistol concealed carry, right?
At the time, I did not know that.
Okay. But would you agree with me that, and what did you say, a gentle tap? I'm sorry, what was your wording you just used?
Tap.
Tap, okay. So he was screaming at him while he gently tapped his hip. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And so, in your testimony though, you don't consider tapping his hip where he has his gun to be physical contact?
Not a threat to contact.
That's not what I asked you, sir. You don't consider it to be physical contact?
I don't.
Okay. And you don't consider tapping where somebody has a gun while screaming in their face to be aggressive?
I'm not sure of the intent.
And you don't consider screaming at someone while tapping their hip where they have a gun to be provoking in any way?
Your Honor, at this time, I'm gonna object. They're asking this witness to define the law or asking him for expert testimony on provoking, which I would object to.
You know what, Judge, I apologize, I can change the wording of that and not use the word provoke. I would, I'm sorry, sir, let me kind of reword that. you would not consider tapping somebody's hip where they have a gun and screaming in their face to be baiting them into a fight.
At the time, I didn't know that he had a gun.
Well, that's not the question. I'm asking you as a general premise. You would not consider tapping somebody's hip where they have a gun and screaming in their face to be baiting them into a fight?
No.
Okay. Do you own a gun?
I did not.
And you didn't take these videos that we watched, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, and we're basically only relying on this video for your kind of play-by-play of where people's hands were and everything, right? You don't remember those specifics from 4 years ago, do you?
I do remember specifics as far as where people's hands are. I do not remember.
I don't think I understand your answers.
I remember the actions.
Okay.
I do not remember specific places where hands were at a given time 4 years ago.
Okay. So slowing down these videos and walking through them is why you're able to testify to that today.
I'm answering the questions as you asked me about the videos. Yes.
So slowing down these videos and watching them is why you're able to testify in detail
Now,
like that
let's
today.
go to something more substantive. I mean, it's obvious this witness has testified as to what's on the video. The jury has seen the video. Move on.
Yeah, I mean, your perspective is different than what's on these clips. I mean, your perspective of what was happening at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, pass the witness, Judge.
See?
Just one question, Your Honor. Tyler, one of the things we talked about earlier this morning, and you said, one thing you did remember is Marcus telling the defendant to put the gun down. Is that right?
Put the pistol away, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Defense?
And just to be clear, he didn't have the pistol out, right? When DeMarcus said that?
That's correct.
Okay, no further questions, Judge.
All right. May this witness be released?
Subject to recall, Judge.
May he be excused for the day, Your Honor, and if and when we do need him, we can get in touch with him?
Okay. Well, stay in touch with the state. Make yourself available to both sides in case they need to call you tomorrow, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, state calls Martin Estrada to the stand.
Straight up to the stand, sir. You raise your hand, home. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Martin. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Martin Estrada. First, Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N. Last name, E-S-T-R. E-S-T-R-A-D-A.
What do you do for a living, Martin?
I work for the City of Rockwall Water Department.
And before you worked for the city of Rockwall, what did you do?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Overruled.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Before the City of Rockwall, I worked for MTSI. It was a construction company. contracts for AT&T, fixing their, cell phone towers, and then prior to that, I worked for a construction company for about 5.5 years, and then before that, motorcycle, and then I was in the military as well. Sorry, I'm just really nervous. Never done this before.
Now, you said you were in the military. Which branch of the military were you in?
Army National Guard.
And how long did you serve, Martin?
2.5 years. 2.5 to 4 years.
Now, what did you like to do as a hobby?
How, like right now, I love fishing and playing sports with my kids. I have 3 beautiful kids, and with my wife. And I ride a motorcycle every now and then too.
Now, when you say a motorcycle, tell me a little bit, or tell this jury a little bit. Are these BMX bikes, a Huffy? What are we talking about?
We have a few mountain bikes, but in regards to that, it's a sports bike. It's a 2021 Jackson 1000R.
And a lot of your other friends were also into motorcycles. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you guys like to hang out?
Hey, you wanna come meet up and ride somewhere? You wanna go do something? Of course, yeah. We wanna have fun. You're hanging out with people that have the same intentions and same hobbies as you. It's really hard to find somebody that wants to go fishing with you. It's hard to find somebody that wants to ride a bike with your kids. You know, so it's very uncommon to find people that have the same similarities, like same stuff in common.
Now, what are these rides or these bike events that you would attend, what did it look like?
Variety of different type of people. Good sportsmanship, good communication. It was fun to be around, honestly.
But Martin, most of these people that you knew in this biking scene all had like 9 to 5 jobs Monday to Friday, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Just like myself.
So when these events were normally happening Saturdays and Sundays?
For the most part, yes, ma'am.
Now, turning your attention to July 24th of 2021, was there a bike event that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember which city it was in?
Irving, I believe. 635 of my car's there at the Kroger parking lot.
Okay, and would that be in Dallas County?
That I do not know.
I understand. But it was in the state of Texas.
Yes.
And now let me backtrack. Did you meet Marcus through these bike events?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know him by any other name besides Marcus or DeMarcus?
Yes, ma'am.
What name did you know him by?
Jelly and Hood would go by the last name as well.
And again, did you have a nickname in this biking community?
Yes, I did. It was Marty. Or that was about it.
But it's safe to say that kind of all of y'all had other names for each other rather than use your government name.
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you known Marcus in 2021?
Give or take 5 years.
And you said y'all became friends through this, your love for motorcycles.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you race motorcycles, just ride them?
A little bit of both. I wasn't the fastest. I have kids. I can't put money on my bike like these other guys can.
So you're saying some people took it really seriously, and some people were just in it for the fun?
Correct. I was in it for the fun.
Now, on July 24, 2021, what time do you remember you got to that Kroger parking lot in Irving?
Before 10 o'clock in the morning.
Would it be-
I don't know the exact time.
Would it be closer to around maybe 8 in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it normal for y'all to meet in the early morning hours at these bike meets?
Yes, ma'am, to avoid the heat.
I'm guessing July 2021 2021 would have been hot in Texas, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you get there, is Marcus already there at that point?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
When do you first have a conversation with Marcus?
Probably after I parked my bike, it's been 4 years, it's pretty hard to remember, but parked my bike, saw him sitting on the back of the truck on the trailer. I came up to him and asked him if he needed help to unload it, and I don't remember what the conversation was after that.
But you remember helping him unload his bike and
Nisha.
another bike?
Yes, ma'am.
And go ahead, you said Nisha's bike?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that be his girlfriend at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
So you help him unload the bikes from his trailer, what do you do next?
I don't remember, ma'am.
At this bike meet, did you know a lot of people, a few people?
I wanna say I knew at least 10 people there. There was a lot more than that as well. But I didn't know most of them.
So did you go around talking to other people, or you just hang out with Marcus the entire morning?
Oh, no, ma'am, I went and talked to other people around as well. Not just Marcus.
Now, do you remember at what point that morning the defendant showed up?
No, ma'am.
When do you become aware that the defendant is present at this Kroger parking lot?
Arguing in between parking spots in the parking lot. That's whenever I acknowledged that he was there.
So at some point, you're saying, as you're hanging out in this parking lot, you hear an argument.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you look up, who do you see engaged in this argument?
The defendant and Marcus.
And did you know the defendant's real name at the time?
No, ma'am.
What did you know him as?
The asshole.
And is that how everyone in the biking community know him as?
I'm not gonna say yes or no to that, but from the people that I knew, that's what they knew him by, an asshole.
At some point, did you learn what his government name was?
After the whole incident,
And is that person in the courtroom today?
yes, ma'am.
And can you describe him by an article of clothing?
I am colorblind, but bow tie.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The defendant, the record will so reflect.
Thank you, Judge. So you look up, you hear this argument. Can you hear what they're arguing about?
No, ma'am, it wasn't my business. Did it? If I did at the time, I probably did, but right now I don't remember. I probably did, and I probably did say something in the past, but as of right now, I don't remember.
Now, as you were hearing this argument, did you know anything about the relationship between the defendant and Jelly?
Please refer to him as his name.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. Did you know anything about the relationship between the defendant and Marcus?
Just hearsay.
Okay. So just things you had heard from other people.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you saw the defendant present at this bike meet, was that unusual to you in any way?
Yes and no. It was unusual because Marcus was there, and from the hearsay, what people talk to each other, that they don't like each other, I was surprised that he would show up. Knowing that they didn't care for each other, they would try to be in the same area.
And that's truly the extent what you knew the relationship was between these two people?
Yes, ma'am.
That they kind of avoided each other, would that be safe to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're surprised, and then you hear this argument go on between the two of them, and you said you can't really recall, you know, what exactly the back and forth was about.
Correct, ma'am.
Are you really paying attention to what they're doing, or what are you doing at this point?
I'm having a conversation with one of my friends. They're in the parking lot. We're all in the same parking lot, but we're behind them to the left in a parking spot talking. Hear what's going on, poke my head, two grown men going at it. None of my business, I'll stay out of it, walk back and continue my conversation with my friend after them.
So, what's going through your head is, these two are having an argument, they're gonna move right on.
Yes, ma'am, like men do.
At some point, do you remember Marcus saying, you got your gun on you, I'm gonna go get mine?
Only time I've heard about that was in the videos that I've been shown and was spread around social media.
But at that day on July 24, 2021, did you see Marcus with a gun?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember him saying that day on July 24, 2021?
No, ma'am.
And do you ever see Marcus walking away from the argument to go to his car at any point?
No, ma'am.
So the argument is going on. Do you remember when this argument turned from verbal, just two men going at each other, to a physical fight?
Within minutes.
And tell me about that.
So me and my buddy were talking, heard them arguing. Didn't think nothing of it. We're in public, try to squash it, as men do. If you have a problem, we talk about it, like the old days, we'll fight about it, last man standing, gets up, loser gets up, shake hands and squash it. That's the way that I thought it would go, but unfortunately it didn't. Me and my buddy are behind them to the left when we heard gunshots. I ducked for cover, my friend did too, then I went and assessed the situation. Looked, I saw the defendant on the ground, and I see Marcus stumbling to the parking lot, passes the section of grass with the curb, collapses onto a van. I picked him up with another friend, put him on the grass, and start assessing the situation.
Now, Mart, we're gonna have to backtrack and just try to break down a little bit of all that you've just testified to. So, I'm asking you, as the argument is going on, right, before we ever get to the gunshots, do you ever look up from talking with your friend and see the defendant sucker punch Marcus?
No, ma'am. Only on the videos that I've seen.
So the only thing you can remember at this point is that you remember hearing gunshots.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you don't even know, or you can't, you didn't even see them kind of square off, would that be right?
Correct. Well, yes, I just saw them yelling at each other, or Marcus yelling at the defendant's face more than anything.
And,
Going back at it.
but at any
That was the
point,
only time I saw it.
and at any point, did you see Marcus hit the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Physically touch the defendant in any way?
With my own eyes,
Yes.
right then and there, no, ma'am.
And you said you saw Marcus stumbling over. Do you remember Marcus saying anything as he stumbled over?
No, ma'am.
You said when he stumbled over and fell onto that car, you know, kind of took charge to assess the situation. Tell me more about that.
I'm not not sure if he was wearing a red or orange shirt. I am red green colorblind, so certain colors do phase me a little bit. Blue and purple, I can't tell which one's which. Saw him stumble on or hit that's a van, a little cargo van. When he fell, he touched it on his upper body hit, and whenever he fell, saw blood on the hood and the right side fender. Okay, he's bleeding. I heard gunshots. See what's going on. Rolled him over onto the grass, over the curb to the grass, and just started seeing spots on his shirt. He wasn't bleeding through the mouth or the ear or fingers, so I just went from head to toe and then back up and felt the blood all around his chest. And then I was carrying a pocket knife, and I tore his shirt off so I could see what it was.
Now, Martin, is that some of that military training kind of kicking in
Yes, ma'am.
to provide that first aid to your friend?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many bullet wounds do you see in Marcus when you cut open his shirt?
As of right now, I don't remember. I really don't.
Would it be right to say that he was bleeding from his chest
A
though?
lot. Yes, ma'am, a lot.
Do you remember you and maybe someone else at the scene trying to pack it with gauze?
It was me and Anthony. It's his short name, again, street is Ant, and we were there trying to figure what we could do to stop the bleeding, but he was bleeding from the front of his body and the back of his body.
But you don't remember exactly how many bullet holes at that point that you saw 4 years ago?
At least 2 or 3, but the exact amount I don't know.
So you're trying to stop this bleeding. Do you remember someone else calling 911? Did you call 911?
I don't believe I called 911 because I was trying to render aid. I was yelling at people because they'd rather be recording something than calling 911. But yes, there was a few people that had called 911.
Now, as you're rendering aid, trying to save his life, was Marcus breathing, do you remember?
Very faintly breathing. Very soft.
Do you remember telling him just breathe and hang on?
Yes.
Was he responding to you when you were talking to him?
His eye movement and very light squeeze of the hand.
At that point, do you remember when the police got there?
No, ma'am. I don't remember exactly how long it took them to get there. It must have been a few minutes, I don't know.
And do you also remember at some point the paramedics got there
Yes, ma'am.
and took Marcus away?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some how long do you remember staying on scene at that Kroger gas station that morning?
I don't remember. I don't know how long we were there for. I just remember the ambulance loading him up. And I just remember being on the highway following Nisha to the hospital.
So at some point you did leave the scene and go to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
He was a friend of mine. I cared for him. I wanted him to live.
Now, I'm gonna make you backtrack one more time, but as you're rendering aid to Marcus, can you see the defendant from where you're standing or sitting?
Yes, ma'am. He was he was sitting up, wasn't laying down, propped up, and yeah, the legs were spread out, and he had something in his hand. I don't know if it was a gun
Now, do you see you said you followed Nisha to the hospital, so I'm guessing you saw her at the gas station then?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you with Nisha when she found out that Marcus had been shot?
No, ma'am.
Were
She
you-
wasn't there.
Okay. Or, I'm sorry, when you both are at the hospital, you and Nisha and some other friends, right? At some point, does Nisha find out that Marcus didn't make it?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you with her?
Yes, ma'am. We were outside on the sidewalk,
What was her reaction?
devastated. Heartbroken.
Do you remember staying at the hospital for a while?
Probably 10 minutes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Estrada.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind if I call you Martin as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Martin, you and I have never spoken before, right?
No, ma'am.
You have no idea who I am?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. But you have had conversations with the prosecutor prior to today, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me about how many times have you spoken with the prosecutors prior to today?
4 or 5 times, maybe.
And were those all on the phone, or were any of those in person?
All of them were on the phone.
Okay, just prior.
Never in person.
Thank you. And back in 2021, I'm so sorry, back in 2021, I believe you stated that you had known Mr. Hood about 5 years at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
So you don't know anything about Mr. Hood's history or conduct prior to about 2015, 2016, is that fair?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Did you, in 2021, in July of 2021, did you follow Mr. Grant on his social media?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Grant had a kind of a large following, right?
I looked up to him.
Okay. And to be fair, I mean, he had numerous, followers and a big platform where he liked to talk, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you would have seen his posts regularly leading up to July 24th, 2021.
That's a double-edged sword. Yes, I followed him, but no, I wasn't, as people would say, stalking to see what people would be posting every day. I get on social media seldomly.
Okay, so when you got on social media, you might check in on him, but you weren't checking daily to see what he was posting.
Yes and no. I didn't go on social media just to check on him. If he popped up on my feed, I'd like his videos.
Understood. So kind of a normal interaction
Yes, ma'am.
on social media. And did you have any direct communication between you and Mr. Grant?
Not that I can remember.
Okay, so it was always just kind of watching each other.
Liking videos, certain content.
And his videos are usually centered around motorcycle and kind of that machismo stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you thought they were amusing or you would like them?
Some of them, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And some of them kind of offended you or bothered you?
Didn't care for it. Not that it offended or bothered me, just I didn't care for it, so.
And I think you had said in your testimony as well as in a conversation with the prosecutor that you felt that Mr. Hood was old school, that he would likely just want to duke it out like a grown man.
Yes, ma'am, I did say that.
And is that because Mr. Hood would get in fights regularly?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see Mr. Hood get in a physical fight?
No, ma'am.
So how did you know he would just want to duke it out?
He was a little bit older than I am. I'm about to be 35 next month. I grew up, if you have a fun with another man, try to verbally resolve it, take it around the back, and fight like men, and that was it.
And
Just the way that I grew up. I'm not saying he grew up that way, I'm not saying that she grew up that way, it's the way that I grew up.
understood, thank you. And part of Mr. Grant's, something well known about Mr. Grant is that he would carry a gun, right? So you did not know prior to July 24th of 2021 that Mr. Grant regularly carried a weapon?
On videos of him riding, you could see it flashing. If you're not wearing a jacket or a sweater or anything like that, you're riding your bike and you're tucked over, the wind is flaring and picking up your shirt, and you can see that he carries a gun. I carry a gun too.
Okay, so like you mentioned, you could see it even on some of his videos. I mean, he never hid it, it wasn't a secret, right?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, you didn't know he had it daily, but it was something he was not ashamed to show, right?
Correct.
And in these videos, prior to July 24th of 2021, Mr. Grant is merely wearing his weapon while riding, right? He's not pointing it at people or waving it or threatening anybody, right?
Can you repeat that?
In the video posts, in the social media prior to July 24th, 2021,
Oh, like flaunting it? No, never.
he was never, yes, thank you, flaunting. He was never showing it off. It was never the focus of the videos, right? It was just sometimes you might see it in the wind.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as you mentioned, you carry a weapon. Do you carry it when you ride?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have it physically on you in the parking lot that day?
No, ma'am.
Where was it that day?
At home.
You had left your weapon at home July 24th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you usually bring it to events?
Depending on what pants I was wearing, depends if I was carrying the gun with me. Comfortability.
Okay, because riding a motorcycle, you're kind of bent over in a weird position.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you didn't bring a weapon to events because these events were dangerous, right?
No, ma'am.
And there was never any concern about physical altercations or even arguments or fights at these events, right?
Correct.
Okay. This was a very unique situation on July 24th, 2021.
It became unique.
And do you carry your weapon in a holster or a belly band? What do you wear?
I carry it on my 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock on my right side of my head
Okay.
when I'm on the bike, and then appendix when I'm driving the car or walking around.
And you would say that these events were there sometimes women there, children at these events at times?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, it was pretty normal for these, I'm sorry, strike that. This event was called Texas versus the World, wasn't it?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember that there were people coming in from out of town for this event?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Do you remember when you arrived at the parking lot that morning, do you remember about how many people were already there for the event?
Handful of people.
By the time that the shooting took place, do you know how many people were there for the event?
More than 10.
And is it pretty common for motorcycle racers to have GoPros, or video cameras?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a camera for when you ride?
No, ma'am.
But most of the other guys do,
Yes, ma'am.
because they like to show off how fast they go, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And most of the people there have cell phones on them, right?
Correct.
You had your cell phone on you, I assume.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you even mentioned towards the end that you had to tell people to stop filming and go call 911, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So on July 24th, 2021, you said you arrived at the Kroger, and we kind of determined it was closer to around 8 a.m., right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not arrive with Nisha and Marcus, correct?
Correct.
But you did say that you saw where they parked and you helped them with their stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
In relation to where the shooting took place, was Marcus's car parked close to the shooting, or was it across the parking lot a ways?
Closer than further.
So, and I'll show you some clips. Actually, you mentioned you've seen all the clips online, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So those clips have been floating around in the social media world for a couple years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've seen them more than once, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In any of those clips, can you see Marcus's vehicle?
I have to see the video to acknowledge or answer that question, ma'am.
Okay, we'll do that in a little bit, thank you. You did testify that you were about a little ways away talking to a different friend, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you were first aware, well, I'm sorry, let me go back. You said you helped Marcus, Mr. Hood, when he parked. Do you know where Mr. Grant parked?
No, ma'am.
Do you know when Mr. Grant showed up?
No, ma'am.
So he could have been there before you even arrived.
Correct.
I mean, this was a big Kroger parking lot. You guys took up a lot of the space, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you testified that you became first aware of anything happening when you heard an argument. You heard two people arguing, is what you said.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you hear Mr. Grant's voice or just Mr. Hood's voice?
Both, ma'am.
So you believe you heard Mr. Grant as well?
I believe so. Being in a spot like that, stuff echoes, so you can assume that's an assumption. I don't know if that counts or not, but assuming hearing one person yell with vibration of other vehicles and other stuff around could make it seem like somebody else is arguing with that person as well.
But you did testify that you were aware that Mr. Hood and Mr. Grant did not like each other, right?
Correct.
And so,
From hearsay.
sure, you don't know why. Mr. Hood never told you anything, I
Correct.
assume. And obviously Mr. Grant never told you anything, right?
Correct.
This is just gossip.
Correct.
And that gossip has only continued after the shooting, right?
It probably has. I don't like to get into other people's drama because I have my own life to live, take care of.
Fair. Now, you admitted that you were talking to your friend, not paying attention, so you don't know who approached who, right?
Correct.
So you don't know if Mr. Grant was standing and Mr. Hood came across to confront him.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not Mr. Hood assaulted Mr. Grant before you started looking.
Correct.
You don't know if Mr. Hood cursed at Mr. Grant before you started watching.
Correct.
So I assume you didn't see Mr. Hood slap Mr. Grant's gun.
Only from the videos I've seen.
Okay. And thank you for the clarity. I want to talk about just your perspective from that day first, and then we'll talk about the clips. Thank you. So that day, you did not see Mr. Hood slap Mr. Grant's weapon while calling him a bitch with a gun, did you?
Correct.
You did not see you did not hear Mr. Hood say, since you've got your pistol, I'm gonna go get mine.
Didn't hear that part, no.
You didn't see him walk away after saying that
No, ma'am.
towards a vehicle.
No, ma'am.
So you didn't see any of that portion of the confrontation.
Correct.
So you didn't see Mr. Hood come back and re-engage in this confrontation with Mr. Grant.
Correct.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Grant repeatedly tell Mr. Hood to walk away?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Mr. Grant shove Mr. Hood away from him?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Mr. Grant slap Mr. Hood's hand down from his face?
No, ma'am.
So, and you did testify that you did not see when Mr. Grant punched Mr. Hood that day, right?
With me there? No, I didn't see that part.
Okay. So, really the first thing, I guess tell me, what is the first thing you saw with your eyes between the two men?
The only thing I could remember now was ducking after hearing the gunshots, running around and seeing Marcus. I don't remember if I saw them fighting. I can't say yes or no because it's been such a long time.
And to be fair, you've seen these clips so much, you're trying to be honest about what you remember versus what you've seen, right? Now, you would agree that if two men are gonna have a fist fight, like you talked about, settling their differences, both men need to consent to that, right?
State of Texas, yes, ma'am.
I mean, you can't walk up to some guy that you believe you have an argument with you can't walk up to some guy that you have a problem with and chase them around and touch them and try to provoke them, right?
I'm gonna object at this time, Your Honor, to relevance.
Oh,
Your Honor, I'm also gonna say that this question is asking for this witness to make a legal conclusion as to one of the questions that are gonna be ultimately up to the jury to decide.
he's answering for himself, what he would do.
Now, Mr. Estrada, you would agree that you wouldn't have a right to go up to somebody you believe you have a problem with and chase them around, cursing at them, trying to bait them into a fight, correct?
Yes.
I mean,
Sure.
and if you did that and they,
Then,
what would you expect?
Phrase your question. You're asking it in a confusing manner.
I'm
Are you
trying-
confused by that question?
I am a little bit confused by that.
You mentioned that you believe two men should be able to settle their differences by having a fist fight, right?
Correct.
Now, that's not the same as one man chasing another.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to misrepresenting facts and evidence.
The jury will recall the evidence, what they've heard so far, overall.
Can we go through the clips? That might help a little bit. We can go through some of the clips that were already introduced. You did testify that you have seen these clips before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've seen all 4 or 5 of them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have seen Mr. Hood following Mr. Grant as Mr. Grant turns his body away from Mr. Hood, correct?
Okay. Why are we asking about this video when this witness didn't see any of that? Is he testifying as some sort of expert?
No, Your Honor, he's not.
Okay, why is he speaking on, and depictions of what he didn't see?
Yes, Judge. Did you see Mr. Hood follow Mr. Grant?
No, ma'am.
Are you talking about the videos or what he saw out
His
that day?
actual experience, Your Honor.
Okay.
And so you testified that the first thing you saw was really after the gunshots and getting involved at that point.
For what I can remember, yes, ma'am.
And you stayed at the scene that day, correct, and spoke with the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you went to the hospital with Nisha?
Yes, ma'am.
After that day, did anybody from the Irving police ever reach out to you again?
I don't remember, ma'am. Oh, I did have somebody call me on behalf of the defendant, just ask vague questions. That was it. I don't remember if it was Irving or if it was Dallas.
So you believe you spoke with the defendant's investigator, Mr.
Yes.
Conklin?
Was it a woman?
It was a male, or our investigator's a man.
Okay, yes, it was a man then. Yes, I don't remember the name.
Okay, so since July 24th, 2021, the only person, after July 24th, 2021, the only person you have spoken to about this is our investigator, correct?
Spoke with your investigator once, and then I had the prosecutors, it's been so long now, I don't remember. I don't know.
But July 25th, July 26th, close to the days of the shooting, did anyone from Irving Police contact you and follow up with you about what you saw?
I don't remember now.
And then on July 26th, you went back to that Kroger parking lot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you said you were trying to pay respects to Mr. Hood.
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually located a bullet case that the police had missed on the scene,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you called them and turned that into them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's actually funny, you dropped it, they had to bring out a metal detector to find it, right?
Yes, I put it on the edge of the curb, and when I stepped around, I might have kicked it. Instead of dropping it, I might have kicked it.
Did the police ever ask you to give them names of other people that were at the scene July 24th, 2021?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Did you take any videos that day of what happened?
No, ma'am. Not that I can remember.
Did the police ask to copy your phone at any point that day?
Don't remember, ma'am.
If they had asked, would you have allowed them to?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
State?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Martin, we talked about earlier, or you even talked about it on cross, about the defendant's Instagram, right, that you follow.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a public Instagram or private Instagram?
It's been so long. It's been so long, ma'am. I don't even have Instagram anymore, so.
Okay.
It might have been. I can't answer that. I don't know if it was public or private.
But because you followed him, you did have access to the stuff that he would post on his Instagram that you would come across randomly.
Yes, ma'am.
And around the time of this shooting on July 24th of 2021, did you see a video posted on the defendant's Instagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it prior to you arriving at this bike meet or after you left the bike meet?
Prior to me leaving the bike meet, or whenever I got there, that's whenever I was shown, and I looked at it from my own profile as well and saw what he had posted.
And did we get a chance to review that video, Martin, prior to your, when we prepared?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to republish for the jury states 4, I believe, which has already been entered into evidence.
States 4 depicting,
The
some
Instagram.
child dancing.
Yes, Your Honor.
For what reason would you be publishing that? The jury has already seen that.
Yes, Your Honor, just the fact that this witness also came across this specific video prior to the shooting even occurring on July 24th of 2021.
Okay. Well, he's just said so. No need to publish it.
So you're saying somewhere around the morning hours of like 8 to 8:30, at some point, someone brings it to your attention and then you go on your own social media to pull this up?
To look at it.
And that would be the video depicting a child with a cowboy hat on with a gun in their hand.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And it had a cap, it had some words on it saying the asshole on the way.
Yeah, and it was saying I'm gonna shoot the place up or shoot something about shooting something up, and with the showing the kid either dancing in a circle or just dancing.
What did you take that to mean?
What I'm feeling right now, how what I've probably felt is two different feelings that I can't really explain because I feel some type of way right now and I don't want to say something dumb, but I know it did make me upset. I don't recall exactly what I might have thought about that at the time, but it did make me upset. Why? I just remember asking myself why.
But Martin, on that day, on July 24, 2021, just to be clear, did you ever see Marcus with a gun?
That day, no, I did not, ma'am.
But the only person that you're aware of now or at the end of this shooting on July 24, 2021, that the only person with a gun was the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, pass the witness.
Defense?
Thank you. You just said that someone, well, let me go back. Before the shooting is when you say you saw the, we've been calling it a GIF or a GIF, the little, is that what it's called, the little,
Sure,
it's like a meme or something?
sure.
Okay. So before the shooting, you say someone came to show it to you. Who came to show that to you?
I don't remember, ma'am.
But you're certain that person showed it to you before the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. ma'am, because I was drinking a Red Bull before that time.
So you remember you were drinking a Red Bull and you saw this GIF on your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long after you saw that GIF did you see Mr. Hood and Mr. Grant talking?
I don't know, ma'am.
But you say you saw the GIF and it made you feel some kind of way, upset at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't call the police to warn the police about the post?
No, ma'am, not a terroristic threat. Can't take that as a terroristic threat at the time.
Or you didn't, the post wasn't directed at Mr. Hood, was it?
Not that I know of.
Did it mention Mr. Hood at all?
No, ma'am.
And this was a post on a man who uses social media very regularly, right?
Yes.
And if you followed him before, you have seen that Mr. Grant has posted this exact GIF several times before, right?
Not that I remember, ma'am.
When you saw Mr. Hood and, so after knowing about this GIF and feeling some kind of way, you then saw Mr. Grant in what you say is an argument with Mr. Hood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you just went back to your conversation, right?
None of my business, so I went back to my conversation.
So you were not concerned about Mr. Grant shooting up the place, right?
No, ma'am, because not that I wasn't concerned. Having conversations with other people, sometimes you forget what you saw previously. I could be talking to one of the juries and say, hey, I might have forgotten about the video because again, I was in conversation with somebody else and had probably my attention more to the conversation to me remembering about the short snippet of the video that he posted on his story.
So it must not have been that important, or you would have taken action, right? If you thought Mr. Grant was gonna shoot up this event.
Possibly.
Well, you were in the military. If you thought somebody was gonna shoot up an event you were at,
But like I said earlier, I wouldn't take it as a terroristic threat because it wasn't pointed at nobody.
so you agree this was just a post, which Mr. Grant is allowed to do, right?
Which was very coincidental, yes ma'am.
A coincidence, right?
Yes ma'am.
But even knowing what you say is that these two men didn't like each other, you did not feel that there was that Mr. Grant was making any direct threat to Mr. Hood from this post?
I can't answer that, I don't know now.
When you saw it, did you think Mr. Grant
Was
is
it-
threatening my friend, Mr. Hood?
Oh, no ma'am,
That's not the way you took that, right?
no ma'am.
And as you said, you feel a little different today than you did back then, right?
Yes ma'am.
And you understand. No further questions?
State,
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, you're free to leave.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time state calls Officer Wilson to the stand.
Where's Officer Wilson?
He might have been upstairs in the witness waiting room, Your Honor. And my investigator has already walked out to go grab him. Your Honor, at this time, state calls Officer Wilson to the stand.
Officer, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer Wilson. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Officer Danny Wilson from the Police Department, DANIELWILSON.
And how long have you been with Irving Police Department?
Been with Rippy Police Department for about 7.5 years now.
Did you do anything else before you joined Irving Police?
No, man, I came straight from college.
What did you get your degree in college?
I got my degree in criminal justice and a minor in psychology.
So walk us through a little bit about training, background and training that goes into being an Irving police officer.
Yes, obviously it starts off with the hiring process. Once you're hired, then you attend Texas TCOL Academy, which I believe is roughly about 6 months. And then after that, you do the in-house in-service with Irving, which is about another 4. And then after that, you do roughly another 6 months of field training before you're cut loose on your own.
And did you do any other trainings or with the Irving Police?
Yes, I've been on our SWAT team for 4.5 years now.
Does that require additional training?
Yeah, so then once you make the SWAT team, you go to a week-long basic SWAT course, and then we about have 4 training days a month, including range days.
And Officer Wilson, on July 24, 2021, tell me what capacity you were working in at the Irving Police Department.
I was working as a patrol officer on the North B day schedule, assigned to 64B.
And there's couple of acronyms thrown out. Explain the police speak to us.
Yeah, sorry, so the North B days just stands for the schedule, so we, North B days works every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and every other Sunday. My shift was 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then, I'm sorry, what else did you ask?
64B, I
Oh,
think.
yeah, sorry, so 64B, we have different districts, the north and south side of town are split up into. And so 64B is just the district that I was assigned that day, which included the career of this incident.
And that would be at 7505 North MacArthur Boulevard, right?
That is correct.
Is that in Irving?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in Dallas County?
Yes.
In the state of Texas?
Yes.
And how are you dispatched to that location?
First on our MBTs, which is just the computer that sits in our car, which a call for service will pop up on the computer, and then your dispatchers will send you to the call over the radio.
Do you kind of get a description generally, without going into the specifics of how you're called out to this gas station, but normally when you get dispatched to a call, do they kind of tell you, give you a little background as to what you're walking into?
First when a call comes onto your computer screen, it'll be a title of the call. So the call for this occasion popped up as shooting. It'll give an address, the common name of Kroger, and then the beat, which was 64B, which is what I was assigned that day. And then when the dispatch over the radio, typically it'll be 64, which is me that day being route to the shooting at the Kroger, and they'll give a couple of quick notes over the radio, kind of just pertaining to what they know at the time based on who's calling them.
And some of this information is kind of getting relayed to maybe 911 calls that are being made.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you might not know really that much, but you just know the brief synopsis or the key words that you're picking up from these calls.
Correct.
And you were told that this call, do you remember on what time you got dispatched?
It was around 8:40 in the morning.
And when you get to this, when you first walk up to the scene, tell me what you see.
So when I first arrive on scene, I already see Officer Martin. His squad car was already there, and he already checked out on the radio before I got there. Then see him and I believe it was Officer Allen taking the defendant into custody or detaining him. And then I see people calling me over to go help the
went to, and at that point, when you go to the person who you later, was he deceased at the time when you approached him?
No, ma'am.
That moment?
No.
Tell us the condition of Mr. Hood as you approach him the morning of July 24, 2021.
Yes, as I approached him, there's multiple people around him frantically calling for help. As I ran up to the victim, we could see a single gunshot wound to his back with a pool of blood kind of in his lower back. And then they were just calling for help, and there's a lot of blood to his right side, kind of towards the Kroger for direction. And then I ran back to my patrol vehicle and got my medical bag and put my gloves on at the time. But when I made it back to the victim, Officer Allen was already there with his medical kit as well. I believe some other bystanders had some medical kits. And at that point, when we got back with our medical kit to get gauze and trying to see what we needed to do, the other bystanders on scene were pointing out there was 2 more gunshot wounds into his side that they thought was through injury.
And at this point, your main priority on this scene has become this person who's bleeding out. Would that be right?
Yes, so very quickly upon arrival, by the time I was able to park and get out of my car, I could see other officers detaining the person who had shot. So at that point, I knew my sole focus was medical help for the injured victim.
Officer Wilson, do you remember approximately how long between you arriving on this scene? Do the paramedics arrive on scene?
I wouldn't be able to say for certain, but around 10 minutes, maybe less than that. Everything happened pretty quick on the scene.
Now, your focus is on DeMarcus Hood, who's bleeding out, but do you see the person who is the shooter in this case at any point?
Yes, ma'am. As soon as I first arrived, I saw him on the ground, and he was being contacted by Officer Martin and Officer Allen at the time. So I knew that they had that controlled, so I could just go focus on Hood.
And were you able to see the defendant's gun?
Yes, I saw it on the pavement in the parking lot towards the west, more towards the actual Kroger building.
Now, Officer Wilson, were there pictures taken of this scene?
Yes, crime scene photos.
And would you recognize these pictures if I showed them to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Officer Wilson, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 9 through states 28. And you can take a look at these. Now, besides the cones and the markers that were added by crime scene, is this how that scene appeared at that Kroger parking lot on July 24, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves to enter states 9 through 28, tendering to defense. Thank you. Judge, permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And here we're looking at States 9. Is that the Kroger parking lot sign that we see?
Yes, ma'am.
And which, like what point of view, what would be behind, if I were standing right here in this picture, what would be behind me?
The gas station.
States 10, would that just be a close-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, States 11 is exactly what it would have been behind that States 9 picture. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
So you're gonna have to answer yes or no, otherwise Jamie is gonna give me a look.
I got it.
States 12, tell us what we're looking at in States 12.
So here is where you guys see the main building of the Kroger, and then near that white Ford crossover on the left-hand side.
This one?
Yes, ma'am. That grass patch just before it was where I contacted Hood.
Would that be the grass patch? And there is, on your monitor, on your end, you should be able to mark up the grass patch that you're referring to.
So this grass patch here, I don't know, the photographs show the leftover medical equipment as well. And then I believe in this area of the parking lot was where Officer Martin contacted the defendant.
So around that black and green trailer that we can see in that video,
Yes, ma'am.
in that picture, sorry. Moving on to States 13, where are we now?
So, in relation from the last picture, we're just zoomed in to that white Ford crossover. So, we would just be on the passenger side where we contacted Hood and Grass just before this vehicle.
And States 14 is kind of the better picture that shows us that grassy median.
Yes, ma'am. So, right, so where that box is, where the medical supplies are, that's where we contacted Hood, and then in the garage just before it, where this cursor is, that would be where we were treating him with the big blood stain in the grass.
And can we see any other blood stains on this picture?
Yes, and obviously on the front headlight going down to the bumper, and then on the ground in front of the Ford Escape.
Moving on to States 15. Describe to us what we're looking at.
So this is a good point of view for where we treated Hood when we arrived on scene. The big red patch was his shirt, which we cut off to address the bullet hole wounds that he was suffering from. And then there's the medical supplies behind it. And then just again, don't want to mess up. Right here would be where the most of the blood that we found in the grass next to him was at.
And State 16.
Again, to the right of the vehicle here is where we treated Mr. Hood. And you can just see there his shirt, which we had cut off.
State 17.
This is just another part of the parking lot, and again, I think this is where I believe they took the defendant to custody right here in that area.
States 18, what are we looking at?
I believe this is the defendant's motorcycle. I didn't see it while I was on scene, but that's what I believe to be his motorcycle.
And States 19.
Another angle of his motorcycle.
And States 20.
A close-up of the front end of his motorcycle.
What are we looking at in States 21?
Besides the silver truck, I don't know who it belongs to.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch
Besides
that.
a silver pickup truck, I do not know who it belongs to.
And States 22.
I would believe it's the same pickup truck from the picture before.
You remember or from your knowledge of this scene, at the brief time that you were there, do you remember approximately where this truck was located? In proximity to this, white Ford Focus that we've been talking about?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. And states 23,
Another motorcycle that was in the scene, but I did not remember seeing this motorcycle on scene.
and states 24 is back to that Ford Focus.
Yes, and then, again, you can see where we treated Hood when we first contacted him.
States 25, another angle.
Yes, ma'am, again, another angle where we contacted Hood.
And states 26, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
So this is the area, I believe, where they contacted the defendant, and if I'm not mistaken, that was probably the handgun and magazine on the ground.
Can you draw the,
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
and that would be the defendant's gun laying on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
States 27, are we back to the Ford Focus?
Yeah, it's just on the other side of it.
And we don't really see any blood on this side of the vehicle, right?
No, no.
States 28,
Again, another kind of shot angle from the scene, but again, this is where we treated Hood in the grass, and this is where I believe they took the defendant into custody here.
now Officer Wilson, on July 24th of 2021, did you have working body worn camera at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it in working condition?
Yes, it was.
And did you get a chance to review your body worn camera?
I did.
Your Honor, this time permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Wilson, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 29 and states 30. Can you just briefly tell us what's in states 29 and states 30?
States 29 is a small portion of my body camera, and then state 30, I believe, used to be the full length, the 3 hour and a half.
Are you sure you don't have it the other way around?
I may have it the other way around.
So states 29 would be the entirety of your body worn camera.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you remember how long your body worn camera recorded that morning?
It was around 3.5 hours long.
And states 30 is just a smaller portion taken from states 29. Would that be accurate?
Is that accurate?
Your Honor, this time state moves to enter states 29 for record purposes and 30 for all purposes, tendering to defense.
And just to be clear, 29 is excerpts from.
No, 29 is the entire thing. 30 is exit, just, I didn't, just 13.
Okay. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 29 is admitted for record purposes. State's Exhibit 30 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
recording states 30 from the beginning. Now, Officer Wilson, before we start hearing audio, tell us why we don't hear audio at this point for the first few seconds.
The way the body camera works is that when the camera is started, there's no audio for the first 30 seconds because it's playing back from when the actual camera was started.
Officer Wilson, pausing at the 2-minute, 8-second mark. We see you walk up, and what are you doing at this time?
So when I first approached, I ran up to the scene, and obviously that Mr. Hood is injured from gunshot wounds. So we're at first trying to see if we can see the wounds from his shirt where he's at. At the time we cannot, but I know that I don't have equipment on me at the time, so I run back to my car at this time to go retrieve medical supplies.
Now, looking at the screen that we're looking at, do we see a gunshot wound in this view?
Yes, ma'am, it would be right here.
If you were to describe it, would it be like upper back, upper shoulder?
Yeah, upper back, bottom, middle, upper back.
And so by the time you've returned from your car with your gloves on, the shirt has been cut open to try to locate these bullets.
Correct, and then as you can see, Officer Allen in the video has come to Hood's side before I got back, so now I'm just kind of getting with him, seeing what he needs, as he's already getting his medical kit open and ready to help.
Keep breathing, bro. Come on, Marcus. I can feel it. Bro! You got a pulse. I'm keeping that Marcus.
What did we just hear in the video about his breathing?
So Officer Allen asked if there was a pulse, and at the time, as you can see with my fingers on his neck, I could feel a slight pulse on Mr. Hood's neck.
And you described it as a slight pulse, is that right?
Yes.
Steve, get some gauze up, get all your gauze up.
Stay breathing, bro, come on. This looks like it's a different through. Stay breathing, bro. Come on, Marcus. Stay breathing, hold my hand, come on. Hey, boys, hey. Marcus, come on, man. Come on, Marcus.
It's still there.
Come on, Marcus.
I know it's coming, buddy.
Come on, stay breathing, bro. Stay breathing, bro. Come on, Marcus. Hey, see it? Stay breathing, bro. Yes, he's got it. Turn one of the I got it. We couldn't see it because of the shirt.
All right, Marcus, come over.
Yeah. Hey, Marcus, hold my hand, bro. Hold my hand. Hold my hand, Marcus. Okay, he's got it.
And I'm gonna pause right here and ask you, we see the blood on the grass, but then we see, just to draw your attention, right here, what would you, I'm gonna use a different color to make it easier. What do we see? I guess the red was the best option. Here we go. What do we see here?
So there you can see almost like a red gelatin, but that is from when I first noticed it on scene, I thought it was coagulated blood. From experience and training, when there's blood is sitting out over time, it starts to kind of jelly up, which is what they call coagulated. Seeing that so quickly was scary for Mr. Hood, because that's bad, kind of as you can put it, but it's also deep. When you see that so quickly, it's very deep arterial blood, and something major is going on inside of him.
And would that kind of explain the fact that, Mr. Hood barely had a pulse by the time you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And
Get this pack like that. The pack is up.
I'm working right here. I got his head. I got his head. I got his head. Alright, just put him on. I don't know if you can actually.
explain to us what's happening right there.
So now, since when we rolled Mr. Hood over, as you can see, that's where all the blood was collecting. That's where we know at the time we're thinking the most damage is done. So that's where we need to concentrate our effort in helping Mr. Hood. So now you're seeing we've identified 2 additional gunshot wounds on his right side and on his rib cage. And now we're trying to pack those wounds with gauze to try and stop the bleeding and control it.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Hold my hand. Marcus, come on. Hold my hand. Come on, man. Squeeze my hand. Squeeze my hand. Marcus, squeeze my hand. Squeeze my hand, Marcus. Come on, Hood. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Stay up, bro. Stay up. Stay up. Stay up, man. Stay up. No. Come on, Marcus. I got you, bro. Come on. Are you still breathing? Barely. Will you put this here? Yes. Yeah, there you go. Keep breathing. Open your eyes, bro. Open your eyes, bro. Come on. I got it. Marcus, come on. Come on, Marcus. Marcus, come on, bro. Marcus, come on. Yeah, good job. Keep breathing, bro. Come on, keep trying to breathe. Come on.
Officer
Come on,
Wilson,
Marcus. Come on, bro.
at this
Hold his hand. Hold his
point,
hand.
pausing the video at 5 minutes and 4 seconds, how many people are at this Kroger parking lot approximately?
Now at this time, I believe there's 20 to 30 additional people that were starting to gather directly behind us.
And again, your main attention is focused on Mr. Hood and trying to save his life.
Yes, ma'am.
6-5, we're gonna need some more units here for, crowd control. We got about 20 out here.
Breathe, bro. Breathe. Breathe.
You still feel pulsing?
Nope.
Barely, man. I'm talking about barely, bro.
Breathe, bro. Breathe.
I'm talking about barely. Yeah, whoever got coming, make sure they're covered.
Breathe, Marcus. Come on.
Hey, watch out, there's one coming right there. Get out the way.
Breathe, Marcus. Come on, bro.
Hey, go get your boys by the tree over there, okay? Thank you.
Breathe, Marcus. Come on, bro. let me blow a little bit of air into this.
You know, breathing. Alright, 11 down.
Keep breathing, bro, keep breathing. Keep breathing, bro.
Come on,
Keep
man.
breathing.
Come on.
Come on, bro. Squeeze my hand. Squeeze my hand, bro. Come on. You got this, brother. Come on.
That's it.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. Breathe. Breathe with me. Come on.
I think we got one with that one.
There's another one over here, you got one in the side, one in the back.
We got two right here. Where did all the blood and the bone come from?
Right here.
So these two sides, okay.
I think they all, we have one.
Breathe, bro. Come on. Marcus, come on. Marcus, come on, brother. Come on, bro.
Let's get it blood out.
Marcus, come on.
This is priority, this is priority.
Come on, Marcus. Marcus, come on. Look at me, bro. Look at me.
Bro.
You're good.
Hey, we right here, man.
We're right here with you.
You gotta fight, you gotta fight.
Keep going, brother. Keep going, brother.
You gotta fight, man.
Keep going, man.
Hey, fight.
Look at me. Open your eyes, bro. Open your eyes.
Come on.
Alright, we're checking this.
Alright, so we're gonna move him on his back hold and then we're gonna go to the hospital. You guys just keep holding pressure.
Come on. Yeah, you got it. Come on. You got it, brother. Come on. Breathe.
I can hold this when you move out.
Breathe. Marcus, come on. Breathe, brother. Breathe, bro.
If they need help, help me, if they need you.
Breathe, bro. Breathe. Come on. Marcus, come on. Come on, brother. Come on, man. Marcus, come on.
You got.
Yeah, there you go. Breathe. Breathe, bro. Breathe. Breathe. Breathe.
We're gonna roll him.
Right. Roll. Roll.
It's fine if people on the stomach.
Yeah, I'll do the thing.
We'll leave him on the stomach. Yeah, he's got one under his left back. I think I said the wrong. He's got two underneath his right arm.
Now pausing the video at 8 minutes, 9 seconds, and I'm gonna skip over a little bit to pausing the video again at 8 minutes and 53 seconds. Officer Wilson, did you ride with Marcus to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during transport, does Marcus completely loses his pulse?
I don't remember if he does or not on the way to the hospital.
There you go. He's upstairs next to you. You want on the gun? So I can say here in minutes, or you got the right guy on the side. I know what it is.
You shoot as far as you can to the right.
Yeah.
Jesus stuff.
Alright, hang on now, everything has to stay within it. Two ready. So when we got here, he was on his seat on his stomach, and this is where all the blood came out of the ear.
And just to save time, I'm gonna skip over a little bit and at this point, at the 15-minute, 2 seconds mark, what is this machine that we're saying in the top right-hand corner?
It's a machine that the fire department uses as a CPR machine, basically. So they line up on the correct part in the chest, and then the machine just keeps pressing down for compressions.
Would that be if someone has, if their heart stopped beating, trying to get their heart started again?
Yes.
and now I'm going to skip over to 2248 when you all arrive at the hospital. Pausing it again at 23 minutes, what was the hospital that the victim was taken to?
Took him to Baylor Grapevine.
Would that be the closest hospital to that location, to that Kroger?
I believe so. Where they go is determined on the fire department's systems. They have a whole different system that tells them where they need to go for what injuries.
And I'm going to skip over to the 29-minute mark. Are you present the entire time that these doctors are working on Mr. Hood?
Yes, I am.
And I don't know if that was clear to the jury, but what did we hear someone say in that room?
The doctor said time of death. So at that point, they call the death of Mr. Hood at that time.
And Officer Wilson, your responsibilities on this scene kind of revolved around Mr. Hood. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate.
Are you the one who kind of collects Mr. Hood's belongings after he is pronounced dead?
Yes, after he's pronounced deceased, the medical staff go in and take all the machines and connectors off that had it on him. And then I gather his clothing and put it into our brown evidence bags they have at the hospitals for when the crime scene tech comes, it's already bagged up for her.
And is that normal Urban Police Department standard procedure?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're going through Mr. Hood's belongings, do you find a weapon of any kind?
I do not. I'm gonna find a weapon.
At this point, while you're at the hospital, I'm asking from that point of view, who was the only person that you knew that had a weapon?
The defendant at this time.
Can you identify the defendant?
Yes,
Is he present in the courtroom today?
he is.
Can you identify him by an item of clothing?
Yes, blue suit, pink shirt, and bow tie.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Officer Wilson, in your training and experience, is a gun a firearm? A deadly weapon?
Yes.
And I want to go, and at this point, in your training and experience, is shooting someone an act clearly dangerous to human life?
Very much so.
Now, just going back to the fact that this is a Kroger parking lot at 8:30 in the morning on a Saturday, with numerous other people present, could it have been anyone that could have been shot that morning?
Objection, Your Honor, this calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer, Officer Wilson.
Yes, with the parking lot being crowded with people had left before we arrived on scene, firing a gun, pistol, firearm in that parking lot could have struck anybody else.
And at this point, Officer Wilson, who do you believe is responsible for this shooting?
The defendant.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
Thank you. Now, Officer Wilson, can hands be deadly weapons?
Yes.
Is a chokehold considered lethal force?
To some, yes.
I mean, you as an officer are.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, as an officer, you're prohibited from using a chokehold because it is considered lethal force, correct?
Correct.
So So when you arrived on the scene, July 24th, 2021, you were really, you said you briefly saw Mr. Grant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear anything Mr. Grant was saying when you first arrived at the scene?
I did not, no.
You pretty immediately went over to where Mr. Hood was,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
So all of your attention, all of your information really was gathered there beside Mr. Hood, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't do any other investigation, talk to any other witnesses?
No, ma'am.
So people, I think you testified earlier that by the end there were about 20 to 30 people gathering.
Yes, ma'am.
So some of those people called you over and pointed out where Mr. Hood was, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was clear that Mr. Hood had friends with him, right? People calling him by name.
Yes, ma'am.
And other people were standing around hovering, watching, right?
Correct.
Some of those people had phones out, correct?
Correct.
At any point, did you ever speak with those witnesses?
Myself, no, I did not.
Did you ever gather the phones or footage from those people?
I did not, no.
And as you're trying to give first aid to Mr. Hood, people are actually closing in around you and the other officers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
To the point where one of the officers, I don't think it's you, actually has to shout at them to back up, right?
That wasn't me, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So at some point, you actually felt that it was was it dangerous to your safety, or why did you ask them to back up?
Yeah, at the time, they were just creeping up and it was getting into our workspace, trying to treat Mr. Hood, and they were standing directly behind our backs.
And you know at this point there's been a shooting in this parking lot, right?
Yes,
And I assume it concerns you about what other people might be willing to do.
correct.
So you don't want them near enough to maybe get your weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's a big concern for officers, to make sure nobody gets your weapon, right?
Correct.
So you're taught to keep people at a certain distance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because somebody grabbing your weapon can be very dangerous to you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you started caring for what you believe were gunshots to Mr. Hood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you can't tell whether the gunshots you see are entry wounds, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell if they're exit wounds, right? You can't tell which one is the first shot and which one is the last shot.
That's correct.
You can't tell the angle of these shots, can you?
I cannot.
And bullet wounds do not tell if they were justified, do they?
They did not.
They look the same, whether it's a justified homicide or whether it's not, right?
Correct.
And you were there at the hospital while he was being worked on
Yes.
the entire time.
Mhm. Yes, ma'am.
So you did not go back to the scene at all?
Not until I was relieved, and then I went to go retrieve my patrol car.
Okay, because you rode in the ambulance.
Yes, ma'am.
So later that morning on July 24th, 2021, you went back to the scene with one purpose, to get your patrol car.
Yes, ma'am.
You did no further investigation.
No, ma'am.
You were not asked to interview witnesses.
No, ma'am.
And states 9 through 28, which were admitted earlier, you didn't take those photos, right?
I did not.
And in fact, you said that a few of them, you didn't actually know what they were photos of, right?
Correct.
And so you have no opinion about where that truck that you had never seen before
Mhm.
is in relation to where Mr. Hood was located, right?
That would be correct.
So you don't know if it was on the other side of the parking lot or even in your parking lot, frankly.
Correct.
And after July 24th, when you went and got your patrol car, that was the end of your involvement in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever asked by Detective Baugh to do anything else?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to Detective Baugh about this case?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever speak with Sergeant Swan about this case?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to Detective Curtis about this case?
No, ma'am.
There was no follow-up from any Irving police detective with you about this case or what you did?
Correct with me, correct.
You wrote how many reports in this case?
One.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
show you, it's marked as Defense Exhibit 5 and 6 for record purposes only. Can you please take a look at these reports? Now, do you recognize Defendants Exhibits 5 and 6?
I recognize 5 as my supplement to the original report.
Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 6?
No.
You did not write Defendants Exhibit 6,
Okay.
but you'd agree that it states that you wrote Defendants Exhibit 6, correct?
Yes.
So there was an error in placing this in your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you did not do any of the things this report says, correct?
I did not write this report, no.
Okay. But you would agree that it says you did write this report?
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you. Judge, we move to admit Defense 5 and 6 for record purposes only.
I have no objection for record purposes only, Your Honor.
All right, defense exhibits 5 and 6 are admitted for record purposes only.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any
Nothing,
questions?
nothing from the state judge.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time state calls Kevin Pursley to the stand.
Judge, we need to approach about this witness.
yes.
Prior to 2024, prior to July 24th, 2021, you communicated with Mr. Grant through social media.
I did?
You didn't?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Do you know if you communicated with him through social media?
I don't think so, because when we stopped being friends, he actually blocked me on social media when I told him, that we no longer to be friends anymore. So he blocked me from social media. So only thing you heard that was running around the problem that him and Mr. Hood, that comes from the whole city of Dallas. Everybody knows what's going on. So that's that.
From your perception, the whole city of Dallas is aware of some problem between these two men.
Just about guys that ride bikes, yes. Everybody knows it. Everybody knew about it that was in, his circle or the circle of Marcus Hood, that those two guys didn't get along.
Where were you when Mr. Grant told you this?
I was at his house.
And when was that conversation?
I want to say between 19 and 20.
2019 and 2020 somewhere?
Yeah.
And after that conversation, Mr. Grant blocked you on social media?
No, when he said something to another friend of mine, well, it used to be a friend of mine, and we got into an altercation, and I was like, man, you know what? It's just too much going on. Plus, I already knew what he said. It's best that we just go our separate ways.
I want to unpack what you just said. You said you had a different friend.
Yes.
That you're no longer friends with that person anymore because you and that person got in an altercation.
We didn't get an altercation. We just got into a disagreement, put it like that.
And you're no longer friends with that person
No.
anymore. Okay. You didn't get in an altercation with Mr. Grant,
No.
right?
No. We never got into an altercation. No. Never got into an altercation.
Okay.
Never had any bad words. None of that.
Thank you. And after this conversation with Mr. Grant, where you said that Mr. Grant said, anyone who runs up on me, I'm gonna kill them, correct? Now, he didn't say, I'm gonna kill Mr. Hood, did he?
When they asked him about Marcus,
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Overruled.
Once again.
Sir,
Ma'am?
when either one of us is talking,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
need to pause.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right, answer the question.
Yes. I asked him, what is your issue with Mr. Hood? Do y'all have a problem? What he said, he's this and that and the third, just saying all kind of curse words. So, what is the beef between you two guys? He never would say, but if you run up on me, I'm hurt him. That was exact words right there.
So
and I'm like, golly.
So in 2019,
2020, one of the two. It's one of them 2 years. I can't remember. I don't remember.
in 2019 or 2020, Mr. Grant said that if Mr. Hood runs up on him, he's gonna kill him.
Mm-hmm.
So
Say
that's yes?
or no for the
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And not him, anybody. That's just not Marcus. That was anybody. Any that run up on me, I'm gonna kill him. And I'm like, I wasn't even thinking like that.
Okay. So you've never been run up on before, have you?
No.
In this motorcycle world, you said there's about 100 of y'all that
They used to ride, yes.
used to ride.
Yes.
And is this 100 men?
Some women. It was women. It was just everybody. We all just link up. Sometimes it'd be 25 of us, and it'd be 50. It just depends. But I know it was overall at least 100 of us, and just overall.
Was this group mostly men?
It was women too. It was a few women.
So it's about even?
More men than women. Yeah, but the women actually ride. Yes, ma'am.
And I know women ride motorcycles. I'm
Yes,
asking about the proportion. Is it, if there's 100 of y'all, are there 50 women, 40 women?
Maybe like 40. Yeah, it would be like, we all do, when we all used to ride, yeah, some of them be, riding on different motorcycles and stuff. So some women would ride, some of them would be passengers. But we all be, just one big group of people that's out there riding.
and you guys would race each other at times, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, maybe you weren't winning a lot of these races, but you guys would race, right?
I would win some, I would lose some, so I mean, it was fun. It was, I'm not gonna, it was fun. It was fun. I mean, I enjoyed my time with Mr. Hood. I enjoyed my time with everybody. I mean, I had no issues with anybody at this particular time. None, nobody. No issue. I got along with pretty much everybody.
And I didn't get when did you meet Mr. Hood?
I don't know, maybe 17, somewhere around there. I don't know. Just, I mean, out just riding. Those two guys were rivals. They was bike rivals, and I just thought, you know, we've done a lot of things that we ain't supposed to do, especially street racing. It was illegal. That I'm a criminal myself, so it is what it is. I mean, we done a lot of things we ain't supposed to do. I mean, I could have got killed. He could have got killed. Anybody could have got killed playing those dangerous games that we was playing. So I'm not gonna. I don't race anymore, but yes, ma'am. I mean, it was a dangerous game. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay. And it can get pretty competitive, right, between these races?
Yes, it can. Yes, some people. Yes, most definitely. Yes.
And like you said, Mr. Hood and Mr. Grant were bike rivals, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so between 2019 or 2020, when you received that information that Mr. Grant said about Mr. Hood, you said you did go speak with Mr. Hood about it.
Yeah, I spoke to Mr. Hood about it around about the maybe March or April, just to diffuse this whole situation, just to let it go, just leave it alone. That's what I talked to Mr. Hood about.
And you're saying March or April of 2021?
No, that was 2020, 2021. I didn't talk to him about that. It was 2020 when I talked to him.
So
I didn't speak to him no more after that conversation that we had.
Okay.
No more.
So you spoke.
Sorry, speak to who?
Mr. Hood.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you spoke to Mr. Hood only one time
Yes,
about
ma'am.
this,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was somewhere around March of 2020, correct?
March or April of 2020, somewhere around there, I believe.
And your intent was to warn Mr. Hood to not approach or mess with Mr. Grant.
Yes, ma'am.
And in response, Mr. Hood said, "I've got guns too."
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
I'm not gonna lie for him. I'm not gonna lie for him. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And so you felt like you did your job. You told him.
Just leave it alone.
And if
Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone because because it was just too many. It was just too hot, and anything could have happened. And unfortunately, it happened. And I just called just to let him know hey man, don't do this. This is not right.
And despite you telling Mr. Hood to leave it alone, you know that he confronted Mr. Grant July 24th, 2021.
Objection, Your Honor,
I don't
calls
know.
for
I was
speculation.
So you don't know.
Overruled.
Ma'am.
Overruled.
I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
when I'm speaking, you don't speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ask him the question, and if he knows, he can ask.
Yes, Your Honor. If you know, do you know how July 24th, 2021?
I don't know.
Thank you. Now, the week before the shooting, July 17th, or around then, 2021, do you remember being in a confrontation at one of these motorcycle events yourself?
With a friend of mine that we got into an argument. Yes.
Okay.
And he
Can I,
go ahead.
I just want to slow it down,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
we're going to go back and forth. So there was an altercation that you were involved in just the week before the shooting that Mr. Grant and Mr. Hood had, correct?
I don't know if it was no, it wasn't a week before, nothing like that, nothing I can remember. I don't remember.
But you do recall in July of 2021 that there was an event, a motorcycle event, where you were confronted and run up on by some men, right?
No, I wasn't run up on by nobody in 2021, no.
Okay. Percy, I'm
Yes, ma'am.
approaching you with what's marked as Defense Exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, me wearing the THA hood, yes.
We're gonna go slow here.
Mhm.
Do you recognize what these are? These messages between you and Mr. Grant?
No, ma'am. You've been blocked. I just say you've been blocked.
Will you look, why don't you look at all of them before?
How many exhibits are there?
It's one exhibit, it is a conversation consisting of 1, 2, 3, 6 pages.
I remember those messages. That's before I got blocked, though, when I told them that everybody was against
Okay.
them. Yes, I remember that.
Mr. Persley,
Yes.
please just answer my questions. Do you recognize what I'm showing you as Defense Exhibit 7?
Yeah, I remember me right sitting right here, yeah.
Do you recognize these chats, messages that you sent to Mr. Hood? Do you recognize them?
No, I don't.
Are you saying this is not your?
That's me. Yes, that's me. But I didn't send Mr. Hood anything. I only talked to Mr. Hood on Facebook video.
I'm sorry, my co-counsel caught me. Mr. Grant. These are communications between you and Mr. Grant. Is that accurate?
It may be. I don't know.
Will you look at them and see if you recognize them?
I can't recall. I mean, it's,
You don't recall sending these messages to Mr. Grant?
I do not.
But this is your social media page, correct?
That's my social media page, but I didn't send it to him. No, I don't remember none of that. No, I'm not gonna, no, I don't remember anything about that. No, I do not.
You admit this is a photo of you,
That's a photo of me.
and you admit this is your social media page.
That's my, yeah, I just added that profile picture. Yeah.
So, but you are denying that you sent these messages to Mr.
I
Grant?
don't remember sending anything to Mr. Grant at all.
Okay, so you don't recall?
No, I do not recall. We only had one conversation.
Sir,
that was
can
it.
you please just answer my question?
I just answered it.
You don't recall sending these
I
messages,
do not.
but this is your social media
That's
page?
my social media page.
Okay. And are you friends with a man named Ralph?
Yeah, I'm friends with Ralph. Ralph always called me.
So you are friends with a man named Ralph?
Yeah,
Is Mr. Grant also friends with a man named Ralph?
I guess so.
And you would agree that in these messages, it is talking about a confrontation where somebody was run up on. Are you saying you didn't send that message?
Run up on who? Ran up on who, ma'am? I'm asking the question.
If you reviewed the exhibits, please.
There's no telling where these messages come from. That could have been anywhere. I don't know.
So you are denying sending them, or you don't recall?
I don't recall sending anything.
At this point, Your Honor, I'm
I
gonna
don't,
object
I
as
don't
to
recall.
relevance.
I don't recall any of it. I don't.
A response, Your Honor. Relevant, we were talking about confrontations and these messages from Mr. Persley to Mr. Grant describe a confrontation just days before the shooting.
Right, it appears, Mr. Persley is denying sending.
I don't even know. I'm sorry.
He said he doesn't recall, he doesn't recall.
Mr. Persley, is it that you don't recall or that you
Ma'am,
never sent such?
I don't remember sending anything like that. I only had one conversation with that man. That was the last time I talked to him. The last time I talked to Mr. Grant, when I tried to, I mean, not Mr. Grant, but Mr. Hood, when I tried to
Okay,
let this
now,
thing
I
go.
think we're a little confused because of the way council started this.
Right.
These text messages were allegedly sent to the defendant or Mr. Hood?
Mr. Grant by Mr. Persley.
Okay. And, Mr. Persley is saying that he only had one conversation with Mr. Grant? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. That's the last time I had a conversation with him was, I think was in maybe, if I can recall, I talked to, let me think. No, I haven't. Because Mr. Hood was the last person that I talked to when I told him, just let all this stuff go. Just let it go. And that was it. That was in 2020. I haven't talked to Marcus nor Mr. Grant since that day.
So in other words, you're denying sending these text
I ain't
messages.
sending nothing.
So, Mr. Pursley, in July of 2021, you were not run up on by anyone.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to reading from things that are not in evidence at this point.
Your Honor, it's a
Also
question.
relevance, also hearsay.
It's a question. Was he run up on or not?
Nobody ran up on me.
Overruled.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, answer the question.
Nobody ran up on me. Nobody. I have no problem with anybody. Nobody in the white community. Nobody. Nobody. I don't even ride anymore, so I don't have no problem with anybody at all.
And you're denying that you sent direct messages to Mr. Grant after you spoke with Mr. Hood?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And on July 24th, after the shooting, did you send Mr. Grant a message directly about
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
after the shooting, Your Honor?
Nope.
Do you have other questions? Not related to what he's already answered?
Your Honor, I'd asked him before about after the conversation with Mr. Hood and up till the shooting. Now I'm asking if after the shooting, he sent any messages to Mr. Grant.
Okay, answer the question.
No, ma'am, I haven't sent nothing to anybody. After I had the conversation with Mr. Hood, that was it. I let it go. I went on about my business. That was it. I called that man on the phone to let him know, stop the violence. Let's not do this. That's all I told Mr. Hood. I let it go. I went back to trucking, what I'm doing then, what I was doing then, and what I'm doing right now. I let it go. I didn't want to see these two guys get into it, but it happened. I wasn't there. Nobody I know that was there.
Now, you just said that you told him to stop the violence. Had there been violence?
I heard it was. I heard it was a bunch of tension. I just heard. I'm not really for sure.
So you had heard there was tension.
Yes, ma'am.
Had you heard there had been violence between the two of them?
No, ma'am.
So when you say stop the violence, there was no violence, right?
Well, you know, when you cussing each other out and calling each other out kind of, you know, inappropriate words, that's violent.
Had Gerard, had Mr. Grant and Mr. Hood cursed each other out in person?
I wouldn't know. I wasn't around them.
Had Mr. Grant and Mr. Hood even been around each other?
I don't know. I was around them in 2 different locations, so I don't know.
So everything you're testifying about is gossip that you've heard in this motorcycle community?
It wasn't gossip. It was on social media, on Marcus Hood page, and and some on his page too, because he said a lot too.
Did Mr. Grant, let me pause. You're saying that Mr. Hood would post about Mr. Grant?
They were posting about each other.
When did Mr. Grant post about Mr. Hood? And
That's when we was. I don't know, but he posted about it before.
what did he post about
I
Mr.
can't remember.
But you're certain that Mr. Grant
They was
posted?
beefing with each other, ma'am.
The term beefing doesn't really have a legal meaning, so I need your help to define that. What,
That means they was having a problem with each other for some reason. We don't know.
but two people can beef and physically get into fights, or they can beef and just talk to their friends.
Sometimes.
So in this case, before the shooting, had you had any information that there had been anything physical between these two?
I don't know. No, not that I know of.
Did you recently invite Mr. Grant to a car show in Shreveport?
Ralph, yes.
You invited Ralph.
Yes.
No.
I still talk to Ralph. No, I don't talk to hey, I talk to Ralph. I'm like, bring whoever you want to bring. We're doing cars. Me and Ralph have a turbo car. So me and Ralph was business partners. Me and Ralph was friends before I even knew Mr. Grant or Mr. Hood. So I met Ralph back in the early 2000s, maybe, I can't remember.
And you told Ralph specifically that Grant could come as long as he wasn't acting funny.
No, I told Ralph anybody can come. this is a free country. I can't stop nobody from going. I don't have a problem with anybody. I just told you that. I don't have a problem with anybody. You can bring whoever you want to bring.
Did Ralph say specifically,
No, he just said he gonna bring some buddies. That's all.
you're saying he did not say Mr. Grant by name?
Nope. He just said he gonna bring some buddies. We was out there. I was at the as a matter of fact, he called me. I called him at the paint shop. I called him back.
And you called Irving March of 2025, and you say that's the first time that you were able to get somebody on the phone.
Yep.
And then after March of 2025, when is the next time you heard from anybody from the state?
I think they called maybe not too long ago and said I got subpoenaed with the court. And I said, well, I'm gonna tell both sides of the story. I'm gonna tell what Gerard said, and I'm gonna tell what Marcus said. And I'm gonna just let it go. After that, I'm gonna tell. I'm not gonna just say one story. I'm gonna tell both sides. When I told him to let it go, he replied back, "I got guns too." I'm like, it's not about that. So I'm like, okay, man, and I let it go. And that was it. That's all. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less.
So between March of 2025, when you called Irving, and August 7th of 2025, 5 months later, nobody from the state ever reached out to you?
Not that I know of. Like I said, I'm a truck driver. I'm always gone. So I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I can't say.
Well, I mean, you've had the same phone number for years, right?
Nope, not really.
Okay. Between March and now, have you had the same phone number?
March of this year?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So anybody who called that number would have been able to get a hold of you?
No, I don't know, because I don't have a voicemail. I just got it switched over to iPhone, and that's how I got the subpoena, because she told me that she don't leave a voicemail.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. State,
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, state calls Sergeant Martin to the stand.
Yes. Could you raise your hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Martin.
Good afternoon, how are you now?
I am well. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Sergeant Craig Martin, C-R-A-I-G, last name Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N, with the Irving Police Department.
Now, Sergeant Martin, you've had a kind of change in role, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. I was promoted, I guess 2.5 years ago now. Somewhere in there, I don't know.
Now, let's go back a little bit and talk about your background. Did you always work for Irving Police?
As far as local law enforcement, yes.
Did you do anything prior to that?
I was in the Marine Corps,
How long did you serve in the Marines?
4 years.
And when, do you remember exactly when you joined the Irving Police Department?
2010, March of 2010, actually.
So it would be approximately 15?
Just shy of 16 years now.
Okay. Clearly I became a lawyer because I'm not good at math.
That's what calculators are for.
On July 24th of 2021, what shift and in what capacity were you working?
So I would have been a patrol officer at the time, working on what we call our North B days, which is the second half of the week. We work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and every other Sunday. 12-hour shifts with 1 8-hour day in that 7-day stint there.
And when you get called out to the shooting, do you remember how quickly, or let me backtrack. What information is being relayed to you as to what you're responding to?
So I was at Medical City, Las Colinas, which is right there at 161 in MacArthur, just south of 160, well, we'll call it south because 161 runs north-south and so does MacArthur, but semantics. So I was just south of MacArthur at Medical City, Las Colinas, following up on a call from the night before when I heard our toners go off, which indicate a major call, and they dispatched a shooting at the Kroger, which was less than a quarter mile from my location.
So is it safe to say that you responded pretty quickly to this location?
Yes, ma'am. I think it took me 90 seconds to get there.
And was that Kroger located at 7505 North MacArthur Boulevard
Yes, ma'am.
in the city of Irving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in Dallas County,
It is.
in the state of Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said you responded pretty quickly, but at this point, the only information you know is that it's a shooting. So if you were to, when you're dispatched to these calls, are they kind of qualified, or is there like a, this is just a disturbance versus a shooting? Like, how does that play into the hierarchy of calls you may get?
So the call screen gets the call initially from 911, and based on the information that the caller provides them, they classify what type of call type it is. Each call type is assigned a different priority based on people with a lot more knowledge than me as far as priorities go. But a shooting is a priority 1, as you would expect, because it's a life safety issue.
Now, Sergeant Martin, when you first walk up on this scene, can you tell us what you see?
Yes, ma'am. So when I first arrived, I parked so I came off of MacArthur directly into the parking lot, which would have been the northeast portion of that parking lot. There was a large group of motorcycle riders with various trucks, trailers, motorcycles, and a plethora of people just scattered everywhere. I initially saw a group of people that were surrounding a male black on the ground, who I didn't know was the shooter or the victim at the time. As I approached him, everybody in that group immediately pointed me north towards a trailer that was like black and green, that they all said, the shooter's over there. So I immediately turned my attention to who had been identified as the shooter for me.
Why is that?
There's still the potential of him being dangerous to myself and everybody else on scene, so unfortunately, as much as I want to help the guy that's down on the ground, I need to address the potential problem that is there.
Now, when you do walk up to the shooter, tell us what you see at that time.
So he is on the ground with his hands up. He has taken his firearm, removed the magazine, locked the slide to the rear, and placed it just out of reach. He's on the ground and there's blood starting to pool underneath him.
So what do you do at that point?
I immediately assessed for injuries. Well, let me step back. I put the individual in handcuffs, and then I started to assess for potential injuries to start providing life-saving measures on him if necessary.
Would that be something like applying a tourniquet?
Yes, ma'am. So he had a wound to his left thigh, I believe it was. Yeah, I'm getting my lesson rights mixed up, but it was one of his thighs. And it was that bright red blood that is potentially indicative of an arterial bleed, which we're taught in the academy, you need to get a tourniquet on immediately. And from my Marine Corps experience, I also know that bright red bleed is bad, and you don't have long. So I grabbed my tourniquet, got it on him as quickly as possible, knowing that a leg wound like that is a heavy bleeder. I requested another tourniquet from one of my partners, so we ended up putting 2 tourniquets on there to stop the bleeding. And hopefully save his life.
So at this point, once you have put him in handcuffs, you're providing the community, you're providing safety measures or rendering aid to the defendant. Would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at this point, while you're attending to the defendant, can you recall how many people are in this Kroger parking lot in general?
It was a bunch. There's probably 40, 50, maybe more. It was a large crowd.
And that's because it's a Saturday morning at a Kroger parking lot, right?
Yes, well, that, and we later found out that it was a bike meetup where they all kind of meet up together and plan out their day, whether it's they're gonna go do group rides or whatever other activities the bikers decide they wanna do that day.
But besides the, biking individuals that are present, there are other individuals, who are just going about their Saturday morning. Would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am. That's a very busy Kroger. It's in a very busy part of town, and so there was quite a few people there, whether it be the bike crowd or your standard people just trying to go grocery shopping on Saturday morning.
Now, Sergeant Martin, the person that was described to you as the shooter, is that person present in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
The bow tie.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will reflect this.
Now, Sergeant Martin, your attention is completely on the defendant in this case, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm responsible for him at that point. He's essentially in my custody until we can determine what has happened.
And do you end up riding with him to the hospital even?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 31 to 35. Can you review these for me?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these pictures that were taken at that Kroger parking lot on the morning of July 24th, 2021?
And they appear to be crime scene photos from that morning, yes, ma'am.
But in these pictures, does it accurately reflect which, the scene that you came on to?
Yes, after we left, there was.
Because it
significantly
includes
more
crime
people.
scene tape and it includes some crime scene markers, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time state moves to enter states 31 through 35, I believe, going to defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states exhibits 31 to 35 were admitted for all purposes.
And Sergeant Murray, I'm gonna turn on this little thing. Can you tell us that black and green trailer, can we see that in this in states 31?
Yes, ma'am, in the top right corner.
And you're able to draw, so if you turn that screen towards you,
I don't want to break it.
you turn it dark,
Okay.
it's there, you can see it?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so now, you can mark that up. Tell me, where is it that you located the defendant on the morning of July 24, 2021?
So the firearm's right there, so the defendant would have been right there-ish.
And moving on to states 32, that's just another angle of that same. Can you tell us again where the defendant would have been when you came onto the scene?
So this cone right here is approximately the correct location of where I found the defendant.
And states 33.
So we would have actually probably been off screen on this one. We were a little bit to the right of the, so just over there.
Okay, and what do we see in front of that trailer?
So that right there is the unloaded firearm.
And that's how you found it on the scene?
Yes, ma'am. With the, well, I remember the slide being locked to the rear, but it may not have been. I know the magazine was removed though.
So this is kind of how you saw the gun when you came onto the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And states 35, which is just a close-up of that same weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we see a bullet still in that magazine?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Now, Sergeant Wilson, you testified about,
Martin.
sorry, it's been a long day.
I can imagine.
Sergeant Martin, you said you rode with the defendant to the hospital, right?
Yes, ma'am, in the back of the ambulance.
Now, tell me, what are some of your responsibilities at that point, transporting him?
So he's essentially still in my custody at that point in time, until we can have a determination of what, if any, charges are going to be filed. I'm just there essentially to provide security for him and to ensure that no potential evidence that he may have on him or in him get lost.
Would that be the reason why you would take the defendant's cell phone into custody?
Yes, ma'am, it would be.
And when you're at the hospital, you said something about security for him. So are you his bodyguard now? Is that what you're telling us?
If I had to be, yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
He's in my care, custody, and control. I have to protect him.
While you're at the hospital, do you become aware of the victim's condition in this case?
It was either at the hospital or on our way to the hospital, yes, ma'am.
And what is it that you become aware of?
And so, Officer Wilson, who was the other officer on scene, stated over the radio that he was code K, which essentially means that he was deceased.
Does that change things at that point?
Yes, ma'am, we no longer have an aggravated assault, we have a potential murder.
Now, did you notify anyone of the victim's family that he was deceased, or?
Sergeant Payne came to the hospital later in the afternoon, and we spoke with the victim's wife, I believe it was. He was going to provide notification to her, and I went to go talk to a couple of other potential witnesses.
Now, do you remember approximately how long you stayed at the hospital?
I'd be lying if I gave you an exact time. It was an all-day ordeal, though.
And while you were at the hospital, do you remember doing some screen grabs of the defendant's social media platforms?
Yes, ma'am. So I spoke to several different witnesses who gave me different names as well as a online name for the defendant. And so using the online name, we went through and we were able to find, I believe it was Facebook. So his online moniker was Da Asshole, or Da Asshole 1 or something like it. It's one of those ones that probably should stand out more than what it did, but it's been a while.
And at some point, do you leave the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Payne gave me a ride back to the scene to get my squad car, which had been left there.
Now, Sergeant Martin, in your training experience, is a gun a firearm or deadly weapon?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
And is shooting someone with a firearm an act clearly dangerous to human life?
Yes, ma'am. It's extremely dangerous.
Could it have been anyone that could have been shot at that Kroger parking lot that morning of July 24, 2021?
It could have been.
At this point, who do you believe is responsible for the shooting?
Well, Mr. Grant told me that he's the one that pulled the trigger, so he did the shooting.
How's the witness, Your Honor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we approach real quick, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
That's all right, there's a bunch of different titles, you never know which one you're gonna get.
No, and honestly, I'm not great at knowing which one's which, so I don't wanna be disrespectful. Okay, Sergeant Martin, thank you. Are hands deadly weapons?
They can be.
Okay. And is a chokehold considered lethal force?
Yes, ma'am, it can be.
And just to start, you saw in States Exhibits 34 and 35 where it shows the gun, Mr. Grant's gun. That's how you found it when you arrived, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Grant disassembled the gun so it could no longer be used, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he did that all while he had been shot pretty severely several times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he was being considerate of how dangerous a gun can be, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said at the time you were in patrol and you arrived probably only 90 seconds after the call came in, correct?
Yes.
And by the time you arrived, you think there was a plethora of people, maybe 40 to 50, that were there at the scene, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this scene, to be clear, is in a Kroger parking lot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But the Kroger is, let's say, on one side, and the scene is actually towards the back of the parking lot, away from the store itself, right?
It's closer to the Kroger gas station that's in the parking lot of the Kroger, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's probably because these people are not actually shopping at the Kroger, right?
I don't know what they were doing other than their motorcycle stuff, but yes, you can assume that.
So they were gathering towards the back so they could all gather their motorcycles and all their trailers and things, right?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, but they weren't right in front of the front doors of the Kroger having this argument.
No, ma'am, they were in the back of the parking lot near the gas station.
Okay. And it was clear when you arrived that Mr. Grant had been shot. He was in pain on the ground, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And while he was in pain on the ground, he started telling you that he had acted in self-defense, right?
I don't think you used the word
Objection, Your
self-defense.
Honor, I'm gonna object because this witness is not an expert and defense is asking him to make the ultimate conclusion, which is against invading the province of the jury to make that, it's up to the jury to make that determination.
To be clear, Judge, my question is, what was Mr. Grant saying, not what he believes? What was Mr. Grant saying?
Overruled.
Was Mr. Grant claiming he acted in self-defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he claiming that Mr. Hood had attacked him?
Yes, he said he'd come up on him or something like that.
Did Mr. Grant repeatedly tell you that Mr. Hood attacked him?
I don't remember the word attack, but
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Would it help you to review your police report? that you were-
absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Hand you. Take your time, and once you're done, let me know if it's refresh your memory.
Okay, so he did say attack.
You can keep reading if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After reviewing your report, does that refresh your memory?
It helps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now, do you recall that Mr. Grant repeatedly told you Mr. Hood attacked him?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Did he also tell you that the videos would show what happened?
Yes, he did say videos would show.
And he was encouraging you to get the videos?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
And you note that while on the ground, Mr. Grant called out to a black male standing, as Mr. Grant was getting loaded in the ambulance, he called out to a black male that was outside the ambulance. Do you recall that?
I do, yes. I think he was looking for his phone.
Okay. And did you identify who that person was he was calling out to?
I remember getting her first name, but not a full identification of the individual.
And And the first name you got,
I believe it was Guthrie?
but you didn't obtain any additional information about who that was?
No, ma'am, I was in charge of Mr. Grant and getting to the hospital as soon as possible.
And so you rode in the ambulance with Mr. Grant to the hospital.
I did.
About how long after you arrived at the Kroger parking lot did you leave with Mr. Grant in the ambulance?
There was a little bit of time, probably 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe max.
And the entire time you were standing near Mr. Grant,
I was with him.
I'm sorry, you were standing with Mr. Grant. Obviously you weren't sitting on the ground, right? You were standing near him?
Correct.
And were there people walking around trying to talk to Mr. Grant?
The only person that I remember was the gentleman that walked by the ambulance and Mr. Grant called out to him trying to look for his cell phone.
And that's the only witness at the scene that you believe was trying to interact with Mr. Grant?
To my recollection.
And you became aware of the potential for people from Mr. Hood's family coming to the Grapevine Hospital and putting Mr. Grant in danger. Is that fair?
So we had reason to believe that there was a potential for both families or both sides of this argument to show up at the hospital, yes.
But you'd agree, in your report, you noted that it was Mr. Hood's side you were concerned about coming to the hospital.
Based on the information I was given, yes.
And so you actually contacted the hospital staff who got Grapevine police involved to come support, right?
Yes, ma'am, just in case.
Understood. Nothing actually happened at the hospital.
Correct.
That was just precautionary given what you knew about what had happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I mean, you don't do that in every case.
Only if necessary.
And at the hospital, you noted that you spoke with who you termed Kenesha Hood. You say that was Mr. Hood's wife that you spoke to. Is that who you believe you spoke with?
I spoke to several people at the hospital, but she was one of the individuals that I spoke to. I think I later determined via driver's license that her name was actually something different, if I remember correctly.
Okay. So did you speak with who you thought was Miss Hood, Kenesha? Did you speak with her at length, question her at all?
We spoke, I remember it being at length.
Okay. Did you do any witness interviews in this case?
Just the two gentlemen, one of them that identified himself as Bam, who I can't remember his first name right now, and another gentleman that was with him, were the lengthier interview that I conducted at the hospital.
Okay, so at the scene at Kroger, you did not interview or speak to any witness?
No, ma'am, I stuck with Mr. Grant.
Okay. And at the hospital, or I'm sorry, where were you when you took screenshots of Mr. Grant's YouTube and Facebook profiles?
I believe we were at the hospital.
Did you do the same for Mr. Hood's Facebook and YouTube profiles?
I don't ever remember having Mr. Hood's phone.
So you're saying you took the screenshots from Mr. Grant's phone of his social media?
I don't remember which phone we took them from.
Okay. But you could have accessed Mr. Hood's social media and screenshotted that, right?
Theoretically, yes.
But you didn't.
Not to my knowledge.
And you didn't preserve anything from Mr. Hood's social media from that day?
I wasn't in charge of Mr. Hood, I was in charge of Mr. Grant.
Okay, so you felt like, since you were in charge of Mr. Grant, that you would just gather his social media and, is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever speak with Mr. Grant's wife at the time?
I do believe she showed up to the hospital with a juvenile, yes.
Did you ask her any questions?
I don't remember asking her any questions, no.
You didn't get any background from his wife about what had happened or Mr. Grant?
So I know I got background, I don't remember if it was from Miss Hood or Mr. Grant's spouse, but I do know that Mr. Grant and the victim went to high school together, and that there was a amount of animosity between them two since that time.
And you know that from what members of Mr. Hood's family told you, correct?
I'd have to verify again, which, I'm sorry, I didn't read all the way to that part. Was it Mr. Hood's family that I got that information from Ms. Grant.
I am happy to bring it back so you can tell me.
Sorry, I don't have a photograph.
That's okay. You don't know what questions I'm gonna ask.
Make this easier if I did.
Sure would.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so both parties arrived. Okay, so Martin Estrada is the one that showed me pictures on his phone of Mr. Grant and told me that they knew him as asshole or Chattermount Butler. And Kanisha is the one that told me that DeMarcus, the victim, and Mr. Grant had gone to school together and that there was animosity. So I must have taken screenshots from Mr. Martin or Mr. Estrada's phone based on this.
And if you don't recall, that's okay.
That is, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So after reviewing that, do you remember who told you there were problems between Mr. Grant and Mr. Hood?
Mr. Hood's spouse did.
Okay. And you don't have any recollection of speaking with Mr. Grant's wife about their relationship or anything, right?
Correct.
And at the hospital, it says you gave a short update, a short brief to at the hospital, you gave a short brief to investigators Baugh and Curtis. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And by brief, is that?
A synopsis probably wasn't the best word choice.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure. So you gave them a short summary of what you knew. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what you told Detective Baugh and Detective Curtis?
Not specifically.
Okay. But it would have been similar to what you testified to?
It would have been the information that I had at the time, yes, ma'am.
Were you ever asked by Detective Baugh to do anything else in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you ever speak to Detective Baugh after July 24th, 2021 about this case?
Not until much later.
Okay, and by much later, do you mean?
After charges had already been filed.
And so during the investigation phase, you were never asked by Detective Baugh to do anything?
Not to my recollection.
You were never asked to follow up or do follow-up interviews with witnesses?
Correct.
You were never tasked with getting social media from anybody?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You, I assume, after you went back to the station, you wrote this report that we've refreshed your memory with, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you wrote that report, you've had no other involvement in this case?
Not until we've gone to trial.
Okay. And so you have not confirmed the truth of any of the things that the witnesses told you?
That wasn't my job at the time.
Okay. You just gathered the evidence and put it in the reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be the detective's job to investigate and figure out what is true and what is not, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions?
State?
Your Honor, I don't know if we want to break for the day at this point, and
I'll let you know when we're breaking for the day. Do you want to ask this witness any more questions?
yes, Your Honor, may I just have a moment? Judge, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Sergeant Martin, I'm going to show you what's been marked that states 36 and 37. Did we get a chance to, did you have working body worn camera on July 24, 2021?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did we get a chance to review said body worn camera prior to your testimony?
We did.
And did we kind of talk about the fact that there is, how long was your body worn camera from July 24th?
Over 3 hours long.
And then did we talk about having a shortened version played for the jury to kind of save time?
Yes, ma'am. well, most of everything I have is at the hospital too.
Your Honor, this time state offers states 36 for record purposes and states 37 for all purposes tendering to defense.
All right, describe 36 and 37.
Your Honor, states 36 is the entirety of the body worn camera from the morning of July 24, 2021, which is approximately 3 hours and 36 minutes long, I believe. States 37 is just a trimmed version of that same body worn camera consisting from until the 13-minute mark, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 36 is admitted for record purposes. State's Exhibit 37 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish states 37, Your Honor?
You may.
Thanks for our declare brothers, we had one shooter shot us up, we had 2 shooters.
Officer. He shot himself as well as someone else. So, here we do. Everyone's at the gas station. The guy guy's gonna be on the ground. He has the firearm next to him. However, he is not shot.
Okay, what happened? Okay. Where's your ID? It's so can I just lean over just a little? Can I just lean over just a little? He's shot over here. Hold on. Go help him. Sorry, you got him? I got him. Where are you shot? I'm on my leg. This leg right here. Which leg? It's on the side. Can I just turn this a little? Yes. Hold on. Okay. Which leg? Okay, this one. This, which leg? Right there. Where? Right there. Stand by, alright? This is gonna fucking hurt. Okay, sir. Okay. This is gonna hurt, okay? Yes, sir. Okay, tell me what happened, bro. Y'all saw what happened? Shit. It's gonna hurt, alright? Yes, sir. 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 I got one turn to apply. Can I just turn over just a little bit? Which way? Come back this way. Which way do you need to go? This way. Yeah, push me. Right there, that's fine. Thank you, sir. I'm on my phone. Yeah, another tourniquet? I'm on the handcuff, so I'm just like, I know. One more tourniquet. Okay. You start shooter, watch that. Okay, I'm not. I know. Oh my God. This is gonna hurt. Hey, hold on. Get more out here. He tried to fight me, bro. He walked up on me, and I'm sure it's cameras. He walked up on me and tried to fight me. Hey, Black! We need tape! I need to get everybody taped up and start freaking securing these people! Just stand by. Tell me way more than that. Hey, girls! This guy fucking walked up on me. And yeah. Start helping him collect names. I know. Sir, give me one. Just give me one. What do you need? Just give me which way? This one on this side right here. This side? Yeah, no, it's fucking ready. Oh, my leg, man. No, I'm good. Hey, he's priority. I'm not fighting you, sir. I know. Okay, I need seconds on angles here. He shot in the leg. I got 2 tourniquets applied. I know. Yeah, I just want wallets in my pocket right there on this side. Gun's right there. Yeah, I got away from the gun. I wasn't trying to hurt nobody.
understand,
Yeah, exactly.
we understand.
Oh,
Frisking him currently.
okay, that's my gun, but I don't have nothing on the shirt.
I know, we gotta
I know,
check out,
no
alright?
problem. That's just boots.
Alright, so where's, looks like gunshot wound is on the
Yeah,
inside.
can I just turn over just a little?
Yeah, we can get
Oh,
it
okay.
here. Anything on the back over here, or see blood over here in the back?
I don't know. I don't know.
How many times do you think you got shot?
I think I shot once. I think I shot myself when I was trying to get him off.
Okay.
He didn't attack me, so we cameras out here showing.
Yeah, we're working on that.
Okay, no problem. Cause I don't have any.
Hey, Black,
Fuck, can I just turn over just a little, sir?
which way did you go?
This way. Oh, God, my leg is numb. Oh, I can't feel shit.
Sergeant Martin, pause it right here at 8:14. Can you kind of tell what was written on the defendant's shirt?
Says the asshole. I don't remember what the rest of it says, but it was his Instagram or Facebook handle.
And at this point, you know, until the 8-minute mark that we've seen you, all you're doing is, well, placing the defendant in your custody and trying to get him medical treatment.
Yes,
Or doing the best that you can yourself.
with what I have available. Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
I just want to get this leg up on me.
It's right here. Alright, my friend, here's what's gonna happen, alright? We're gonna pick you up, we're gonna put you on this deal. Your hands are still gonna be behind you until we can get it lifted up.
Yeah,
okay?
where do you,
Alright?
what do you need me to do?
Probably just help grab the shoulder and back and stuff.
Okay, I'll put my hand.
You're gonna roll over to your left.
Roll to my left.
Yeah. Alright? We're just gonna stack them up. You just get one to the left leg. Just hurting you when I'm done? Shit, are you gonna be feeling that?
That's just nervous like right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Let's go.
I'll have to verify with dispatch. Maybe a little longer.
Can we put these in front?
Yeah.
Alright, lean up just a little bit. We're gonna put these steps in front, okay, bro?
Can you lean forward a little bit?
I just want cameras to be out and see what.
Yeah, man, we'll work on that, alright?
Yeah,
Yeah, it goes quickly to go.
good. I'm saying,
Is that your phone up there?
This yours or mine? That's mine.
I got some stuff in my
I'll wipe everything off later. I'm with you. That's fine. Somebody. We'll get it. We'll get it sorted out.
He got in my face again, then I bust him. He's fucking right here. I'm trying to get off.
It's.
Oh!
Where's your phone?
The guy with the yellow motorcycle, that's a country. He asked my phone.
Okay, we'll try and figure that out later.
Right there. Yellow motorcycle.
Hey, Black, yellow motorcycle has a phone for this guy? Yellow motorcycle's supposed to have this guy's phone.
Sergeant Martin, pausing at 11:18. Can you read me what the defendant's shirt says?
Yes, ma'am. It's "duh asshole" versus "all motherfuckers."
Story out and then we'll get your story.
I don't care about the story, okay?
I got you.
We're gonna ask you some questions about your health
stuff. Okay. You understand that. I don't care what happened. Okay, and that's smart. Well, I'm sorry. We're gonna start you in line B though. Yes, sir. All right. Yes, sir. Do you have any level problems? No, sir. No, sir. Are you allergic to anything? No, sir. Do you take any medicine for anything? No, sir.
Did he get you twice or just?
I think I shot myself.
Were you appendix carrier?
Yes, right here. Probably. When I crawled it, this my hip right here.
So there may be another shot here somewhere.
No, I pulled it out, and he was coming at me, and then I started popping off around to the left. So that's what happened. But he attacked me.
So where's the blood on your back from?
I don't fucking know, man.
Sergeant Martin, at that 12-minute, 7-second mark, what do we hear the defendant telling you? Do you want me to go back?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Attacked me.
So where's the blood on your back from?
I don't fucking know, man. We'll look at that. I don't know. I'm feeling.
There's all. Did he get you twice or just?
I think I shot myself.
Were you appendix carrier?
Yes, right here. Probably. When I crawled it, this my hip right here.
So there may be another shot over here somewhere.
No, I pulled it out, and he was coming at.
What do we hear him say?
That he pulled it out and he started coming at him.
And I want you to keep paying attention to the next words.
So that's scary. Yes, right here. Probably. When I crawled it, this my hip right here.
So there may be another shot over here somewhere.
No, I pulled it out, and he was coming at me, and then I started popping off around to the left. So that's what happened.
What do we hear?
I drew it. He started coming at me, and that's when I started popping off rounds.
I'm gonna let it play.
So where's the blood on your back from?
I don't fucking know, man. We'll look at that. I don't know. I'm feeling.
There's all off the bag.
That's one.
One's pumping, there might be another one.
Oh man, I'm not trying to grab one. I'm sorry. I just pulled up. I just pulled up. My phone calling my wife.
We're working on it.
I don't know what number my phone is.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, so
I got shot twice? Yeah. Oh, man, I shot myself twice. In the middle trying to get it out.
Just deep breaths, we'll figure this out, all right?
There you go with my phone right there. I got my phone right to the plate.
So, were you guys recording on the phone?
I don't know. I don't know.
So until we get that sorted out, we need to hold on to your phone.
Just he has it.
I know.
Right there. Okay, you got it.
Hey, we're gonna put you on that, or just because stuff
I'm
is
shot
in there.
twice.
I don't know, just relax, alright? Just don't move around a lot.
Try not to move.
You get your shirt cut off, just be calm, okay?
Okay, sir.
Well,
If you
you
want to.
can get a new one.
I know. But yeah, he has my phone right there behind the door.
Sir?
No, not yet.
I'm gonna have Cat bring us another hit. Yeah.
Yeah, he got it right there. He has my phone right there.
Okay, we'll get that up, that's fine. No, I know, but we're holding on.
All right, Sergeant Martin, we
All right,
talked.
this is a good time to stop for today, okay? We'll continue with the testimony in the morning. Please arrive early, and you haven't received all the testimony. I know there's the temptation to, start talking about it, but please don't until you have all the evidence. Arrive early, and we will start right at 9 a.m. All right.
All right.